Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. How is everybody doing? Hello. Let me reload my model super quick. Bring BLT in on this. Where's my boy? There's my boy. Hi, everybody. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Did I do this right? There we go. Now we're good, I think. Hey, yo, you sound like you need a caffeine or nap. I do need caffeine. I do need my caffeine. I was thinking a lot right before I came here, got live and stuff. Because I was trying to fix the Minecraft server again. Because I need to fix around a few mods. Some mods were kind of eh. Some mods got taken off CurseForge. Some mods needed updating, so. And I always need a nap. To be fair, I always need a nap. I tried to log on, but gave up after having to add mods and whatnot. That's what I'm fixing. That is currently what I am fixing. I'm making it so you no longer need to add those mods separately, I believe, is what I'm trying to fix. Yeah. That's the hope. To be fair, that is the hope. That is what I'm doing. My and Ghosty server is really chill though. I missed vanilla. That's valid. Hi Pixels! Thank you for the check-in. I'm glad you two lovebirds have an adorable little server going on. Let's delete this because this is not needed anymore. This is Tuesday. Myself. Thank you for the check-in, Buster. What am I doing today? We're not doing any scripting or this. Oh shit. Hopefully we can do some substance today. I don't really know. We might get to a little bit of substance. This is in an incorrect order though. It should be these two. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same pine. Love it and I hate it at the same time. You know all of our sins from the daylight, running from the day. And then I like the question, so I'm gonna stick with the question. And then we'll put in stream, Twitch promos. This one. TV sign. I think the last big update you were here for was I am now affiliated with envtuber. So if you would like to ever try their products or anything like that, you can get 10% off any order. And it's not just included in one order. Any order that you get, like including your first order, will also have 10% off if you use milkgg, which we now have a command for, and I get a percentage of the commission if you use my referral code. We also had a charity live stream where we raised money for the U.S. veterans, allies, and mental health. Biggest thing. Last week we did some Cult of the Lamb, which we might do some more of that today, hopefully. Last Thursday I did a hand cam stream where I painted some squigs from Warhammer 40k. I did get a bit of a model update, so now we can do a little shoulder shimmy, and I got a new hair. BLT has a new form. You guys, your little chat buddy, the representation of chat has a new form now, and he's rocking. He can hold, I think, a chicken. It's control 3. Oh. Yeah, whatever. Same diff. Where's my boy? Oh, he can have a hat. He can have a hat today. Oh, it's not fixed. Oh, fuck. I'll have to fix that. I'll fix that in a second. I'm also fixing the Minecraft server again, so. That is me today. That's been us for the... Yeah, it's the past month. For all 12 fantasy players won't like that. Shit. Y'all been busy, what the fuck? Yeah. I've been doing my best to keep ourselves busy here. But don't worry, we have more things. Oh, we've also been doing... I've been doing like once a month Fansly streams where I'm playing Conker's Bad Fur Day. But I think I'm fucking over that game because that game is fucking hard. Fucking bullshit. Fucking... Oh, I didn't delete Sweet Delight. Fuck. I need to close. There you go. Loves me, he loves me now. Are you just done with it? I'm just done with it. I don't wanna! The area's hard! It's on like... I don't know. I shouldn't say. I don't know. Sweet Delight. Delete. Trash. Restart. Everything is on. I think next time we'll finish Fap Nights at Freddy's probably. If I have the patience. I don't really know. Because to be honest, it's like the level of my content, well, I understand is a bit more 18 plus. I don't know if it's ever Fansly, like, Fansly grade, you know? Like, oh, what, I can say a word or two more? Like, it really doesn't change. Wait, is that a hard game? I thought it was made to be played one-handed. Which one? Conker's Bad Fur Day or Fap Nights at Freddy's? Because Fap Nights at Freddy's... It actually doesn't have as much porn as you think it would. To be honest. I thought it would have more, but it does not. Oh, fuck. That's fine. I'm gonna get some things prepared for today. The first one, Conker's Bad Fur Day. No, Conker's Bad Fur Day. It's just I don't have good depth perception, and it wants me to have good depth perception, but there is no depth perception in the game, so I got stuck, and I refuse to play it now. Movie highlights. Who gets posted on YouTube? It's Ray. Yeah, I thought I already did Kyrie. What am I doing? This one, this one. Yeah, they killed off Fantasy and replaced it with the Age of Sigmar. They brought it back last year or so, say as a niche game like 30k. refresh. Do I have any comments that I have to reply to? Nope. I think I replied to all those yesterday. So maincoow STL when? What does that mean? What does that mean? When someone subs to the Patreon? Because we have little guy STLs on that one. Meet the maincoow 3D print file. Like of me? Or of like a little guy? Because if it's of a little guy, it's whenever someone subs to the Patreon. If it's of me, when this shit becomes full-time. That's the plan. That's my plan. The nerds conversation is happening in this chat. I missed this shit. Ah, we missed you too, Buster. Kiwi's gonna be so happy to know that you're back. My Chaos Dwarves need a new bull centaur. Am I a bull centaur? Can I be their new bull centaur? I'm pretty cute. So... I like to just work. No problem. Have a good time working. We love you. It's much cooler the day today. It's like 10 degrees cooler today than it is yesterday, and it's so much nicer. Aliens are 1 in a million % real, not a doubt in my mind. That's valid, Vexed. How you doing? How are you doing? Actually, I'm gonna remove this one because I don't want that to be misconstrued. Back your perfect day, goodbye. Yeah, I'm right here. That's true. Buster is an alien. This is true. This is true. Confirm. Alright, that's good to go. I need to, okay, cool. I need to uncheck these. Just so that way my brain understands. Okay, my brake system was pretty much foobar, but I mostly avoided the ticket. I'm glad you avoided the ticket. But hopefully you can get like a good deal on brakes, maybe. Maybe just, you know, toss, you know, your hair and be like, hee hee. I don't know, dude. I don't own a car. Hi, Mia. Hi, wife. Oh, Buster, I also have a wife now. Mia the mermaid is my wife. Yay, my wife. I'm gonna put my wife on my head. Do I have the PNG? I should have the PNG. Where's my wife? Where's my wife? What the fuck? Oh, we talk so much. Fuck. Fuck. Has image. Oh my god. Wait. When you're done with your new emo wife, I could put that on my head. But for now, I'll put the popping version on my head. Where is it? What? I missed the wedding? Girl, I'm still waiting on. I'm not that hot. I'm not hot right now. That's a personal thing. I believe that you'd be fine, you know? Just gotta believe in yourself. What about my emo? The little floating emo I think would be really cute to put on my head. My wife. Oh shit, I already used my wife. I just found the drill, but I lost. Nice! Yeah, I know you were worried about that last night, so I'm glad you found it. Got it, hold on. No problem, take your time. I'm just saying, it's cute. I just want to put something on my head. I believe it, Vex. You're hot. It's okay. Sent it. Oh shit, thanks. Yippee. Actually, I realized I could just put this on my head. Hi, Zoe. How are you? I realized I could just put this on my head. Yep. Come on, stop. How you doing, Zoe? I'm excited for repo. I have to stay very still so I can put my wife on my head. Here, tiny wife. Tiny wife. Good, happy to see you. Happy to see you too. Alright, I have my wife on my head. Tiny wife. Tiny wife. Here, I can shrink my... Where is it? Where is it? There you go. Now my arms encapsulate you. Vocal stim, you got it. You get the 2-for-1 dealio. Vocal stim, run. Rusty Cray, pizza. Can't pet that dog. No. Can't pet that dog. I'm just gonna cry in the corner. Why are you crying? What is happening? Why are you crying? Why are you crying? Don't cry. Why are you sad? Don't be sad. Don't be sad. Be glad that you've returned to us. That you've come home. I missed you getting married. We didn't have a wedding. We didn't have a wedding or anything. I like Miu a lot, so I want her to be my best friend, so she's my wife. I think it happens in a matter of minutes. It was like, oh, Miu, won't be my wife? And then we're like, yes, and then now they're my wife. Are you still loading? You can't time out if I literally look away for 1 second. That is not how that works. Running down to the rooftop. As always, be sticking to the ceiling, watching it happen. You were sticking to the ceiling in our hearts, you know? Like, your presence was here. I could feel it. I have so many things open. Because I need to make sure that the mod works. Oh, it's a song. Like a ghost. Oh, I think you're tied to my ear. This is weird. I gotta go make dinner, lurk, no problem. There we go. Now you're not stuck on my ears. I won't give you whiplash. This one. This one. Pog. I'm hearing noises that are good. Good noises. I'm hearing good noises. Should, like, go back to my house. That's Devouring's house. Magical place. Potato salad farm. Seed place. Kiwi's home. Oh, right. Mine's like, my hovel. My new hovel is far away. Teleport away from me. My spleen and left kidney. That's very specific. I like it. Alright. Alright. It looks like everything's working good. You're not my real rat. So I'm just gonna photo dump your Discord. Okay, just make sure it's in the right right channels, please. But have fun. Okay, so that should be good now. So now if I share profile, export as profile zip, version 1.8, backups, blueprint, chisels and bits, config, crash reports. Well, the only thing I'm curious about is like export out of curse forge for server IP. To get a modded demonic server pack files, here's a breakdown. You need the server download structure. Share profile. Config mods. I was really hoping. What's the server pop been like of late? It's only been like me, Vexed, and Ghostbuster. Ghostbuster was trying to get on today. 1 or 2 mods or less due to mods. Nah, it's just people have been playing other games. Like, Helldivers has a recent update. Vex has been going hard, though, in Transtown. From your mod pack file. You need to give it a name. ChatGPT! In fact, you can have a French surgically remove. You can have... What the fuck does that mean, Vexed? Tell me more. Stay logged out. When I export out of curse... When I export a profile from cursed forge, how do I make sure to support a server IP with it? There's another town other than my farm I must visit. Yes. Vex is making it. I have to put about 3 days on the server at this point. That's true. You need a uvula to speak French? Really? Really? I did not know that. There's server dat. Oh, it's the server dat. Okay. Okay. Is this 1.8? So I really shouldn't, but I just run off of my working profile for Minecraft. I don't know, I ended up pressing mute on a French rather than unfrenching. No, it's unfrenching. Thank you. Oop. Okay, now hopefully this will work good. Hopefully this should work fine, because I feel like the reason I was having a problem with it was because of one of the other broken mods that we had, which is the Sweet Delight mod, I think was breaking it. So hopefully this is just good now. Thank you for the check-in, Rhino. How you doing, bud? Forge Minecraft. Alright, now I just gotta wait for it to export. Cool. Now I'll just wait for that to do its thing. I'm tired, but I am here. What's up? Did you stay up too late last night? What's going on, bud? You okay? You doing alright there, buddy? Boop, boop, boop. What number was this? 26. It stormed really bad Sunday and I didn't get much sleep. Oh, valid. Well, don't forget to take a nap if you need a nap, buddy. Naps are importante. Creative, bubbly. V highlight. No. Tags. Nap it up, Rhino. Nap it up. I agree. Nap 2 because I didn't sleep, but mine was a choice. Hey, napping's good. Napping is good. Just take, you know, a little bit here and there, and you're pogging. Alright. Close, and then switch account to maincoow VODs. Go content. Upload. Hopefully this will go okay. It's processing. It's processing. And then I'm just gonna triple check something. Because I think at this point it'd be okay. You're a little bored because we're not using Sweet Delight anymore. And compounded amendments should no longer be necessary at this point. So as long as it updates okay, we should be fine to remove. I should be fine to remove that specific Q&A in the stuff. National Monday was the 2nd, so it's the 3rd. Poggin. More poggy woggies. Friday, June 5th, June 4th. Let's do it this way. This way, and then font. See, this one's 9th. Oh, I did these wrong. Oops. June 6th. Oh, I just did one wrong. Okay. Okay then. Today's stream title is this. Has the server been updated yet? The server has been updated. I am just waiting for the mod pack to be approved. The mod pack to be updated and approved. It is currently under review. If I fixed it, which I think I did, hopefully we won't have any more problems with people downloading updates. Hopefully. That's my hope. Those are my dreams. Those are my desires. But we'll have to see. But don't worry, Vexed. I will add everybody when it is ready. Not everybody, but I'll add the dedicated wham. The dedicated wham people. And I think it's time that I make a dedicated, like, starting area. Because, like, I just... Our original starting area, it's beautiful and I love it, but for some people, it just might be a lot to load because there's so much that's happening on in that area. So I think I'm going to make a different dedicated area for that. Big John. Sounds like a good idea. Yeah, because, like what we have is just a lot. Publish, next. Public. So I might work on that today. And I'm probably going to do it in creative because it's my server. I do what I want. So, wink. Whatever you make, I'll put some public farms for the newbies. Fuck yeah. Down for whatever. I'm just hoping that everything goes smoothly with it. Yes, it was approved! It was approved first try. Okay, that's really good. That's actually really fucking poggin'. Me, what if I want to be a good farmer? Alright. Change version, select version 1.8. Continue. Well, you can't do. Yes! I feel bad because, like, I had such a big farm at my old house. But, like, way so big. Lies, Wacky has some insane farms. Mine are just very mechanized. He goes for aesthetic. Wacky's got aesthetic going on. Alright, and dedicated wham. The mod pack 1.8 is now out. Mods, it should eliminate some of the errors we've been having. But if you have any issues, please let me know. There you go. Should be good now. I'm just going to check VGen for today. Oh, that's cool. Ooh. Cool. Everything's all good under the hood. I have an aesthetic farm, but most of my food items production is from hidden stuff. No, that's valid. Yeah, mine's very just like out in the open. Okay, Ray Sparks was done. I gotta go to Time Dahlia. Boop. And then today we are doing this one. This one. Yo, hi Bob. Hi Bob. How you doing, buddy? Yo. I gotta use videos to make stuff. It's hard to make something off the top of my head because I can't see. Yeah, no, same, because that's what I have this image for. This is gonna be that house. But I'm gonna make it blue instead of purple. Doing okay? How y'all? Pretty good. A little EP, but pretty good. I fixed the Minecraft server again, so hopefully it's all good to go. Play Minecraft later, probably. Cute, you're cute. Wink. Wrong thing. What the fuck did I do? What? Excuse me? Excuse me? What the fuck? Oh no, it's Helvetis. That was very scary. Okay. Alright, those are good. No, where's my phone? My phone's right there. I drank my medicine. I ate my medicine. Yeah, I think we're good. Choked on my smoothie a little bit. Okay. Okay. Did I check things off of you? This one is done, this one is done. So I still have to work on the art pieces. And then, yeah. So we caught up on all of our commissions for now. Okay, it's in the fridge. Cool. 1 second. Don't save. Close. Oh, Buster fucking often. Whoa! Look at all these! I like the little crocheted hat. Whoa! The jeans one is really cool. Oh, these look epic. Nice job, Buster. These are. I really like the little the pink and the dark red little hat. It looks like it has strawberries on it. It's cute. I like it. Good job. These are really cool. Ooh. Wait, I can do the thing. I can do the thing because I love doing this thing. Bloop. Alright, I need to open DaVinci. It's DaVinci time. I like the cats. Bam, 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 bam. Hats. Oh, that makes more sense. I was like, cats. Choker's super cool. Love the cross lace. And the red flannel striped one is really cool too. Very pog. You stop touching grass, apparently. I walk away with a nude wardrobe. That's okay. Honestly, that's pretty cool. Okay, so we start with this. Ooh, okay. Now let's optimize based off of this. Go rip your heart out. Big. I thought across it, I might need to use that. I could see that being on one of your characters. Big yawns, yeah. This is true. I'm a big yawner. Cuteness. Wow, okay. It didn't. You is what's her name? This can be removed. I talked much slower in this one, which I think I like. Okay, that's what I thought. All the love we made. Oops. Okay. The choker's for Amber because I hate things around my neck. No, that's valid. That's valid. I don't like long necked things either. I wear a necklace, but that's like it. I feel like I kind of want my other fan on. You guys can hear that, can't you? Okay, hold on. What? It looks like you could. Thank you for the alert fixed. Okay. There we go. Hopefully you guys don't hear the fan in the background now, because I want more air circulation in here. I opened this because I want to do a thing for this today. Delete some stuff. All good, I know here, Poggin. Alright, I kind of want to do this right now. Gordy, big Gordy. Big Gordy. Big Gordy, but also like make you smaller though. I bought a bulb for my room that is also a fan. It's pretty great. Saw it on TikTok. Ooh. That's cool. What kind of bulb was it? Gordy. Then looked around and found a different one I liked more. Well, did you buy them both? Or did you just buy the one that you like, the second one? I got the one I like on Amazon. Pog. You go down, just find me. Cheese Wally, I'm gonna distort it. What does that mean? What does that mean? Stay with me. I'll tickle you internally. And I see nothing wrong with that. Thanks, Boffy. What the fuck? EMFKMU. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, I've never seen one of these before. That's nice. That is nice. I like that. It's fancy. I like it. 2 for 1. Very fancy. Yes, very fancy. Alright, so mobile and then Mew. Surprisingly good light, and the fan is good and strong and not too loud. That's nice. I'm glad. A little bit. I'm just like Holy Mary. Back to Narnia, where my gay ass belongs. Have fun in Narnia. We love you. Oh shit, Boffy! I found out that I forgot that I have a clip of me saying "open the door" that I didn't realize I have. That I should use for that I should use instead. Copy link. I should be using this clip instead for raids. Open the door. It's very same vibe, in my opinion. Yes, upgrades. I didn't realize I had it. It's in sound alerts, right? I think that's where you set it up. What's happening? Oh, the song changed. We can't hear, but I'm sure it's great. Oh shit, hold on. I sent it to you, but hold on. It's that. It's that. It's you know, same vibe. Same vibe in my opinion. Alright, send post stuff. Should have posted it on TikTok first and then waited for the rest, but it's alright. Twitch. My alerts. Other alerts? Channel raid? Okay. Okay, so I have to convert it to a GIF and then I have to export it into a audio source. Okay. Change. Save. Where is it? I think I could do it this way, actually. Convert. Well, the song, it is a bop. I will say, it is a bop. Where did it go? What? Maybe I can just do it in here. There it is. Oh, there it is. Cool. And media uploads. My uploads create. Alright. No. Mechanical, radical, mechanical. What the fuck did Rhino sent me? What is this? Fucking shit! Attack! Give me my fucking crackers, baka shit! Not in that. Oh. Well, I motherfucking lied. We were right to heaven. Motherfucking lied. You should to 11. Had a hell of a ride. You thought we were right into heaven. Well, I'm motherfucking lines. So crank that funky shit to 11. Hell of a ride. Right into heaven. Is this so slow? So that's how I'm open to the idea of both ghosts and aliens, but I would need a first-hand experience to believe they probably exist, you know? Anyway, hi, Miss Positive, love the name. No, that's very valid. No, that's very valid. That makes a lot of sense in my opinion. I agree. I think my biggest thing is, like, I would really want to meet aliens, I feel like. I feel like I'd want to meet aliens. But I don't know. Well, you don't know me. Well, you don't know me at all. You don't know me. No, you don't know me at all. Funny. I I'm right here. I like aliens. I'm right here. I mean like a fucked up alien. I mean one that like has its own survival in mind, you know? Can I load my own gifts? That's honestly fair. If I had to choose to meet one, a ghost for me. I like learning about history and ooh, that's a good point. Okay, hear me out. Xenomorph. Spooky. Uh-oh, spooky. I want to upload my own gifts. Continue. I think, yeah. I think, honestly, no, it's not granted necessary permissions. What the fuck? They're not looking? Did I click the wrong button? This one. Continue. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I really like my newest emote. This one. I'm just gonna sit here and take a couple deep breaths. Okay. Both exist, but would rather meet a ghost. I think at the end of the day, yeah, you guys might be right. I think meeting a ghost would be kind of cool. Because then, like, you could, like... Because then I could, like... Silly. I don't know. My brain is dying. Ghosts are cool. Aliens are cool. It's all cool. All of the above is very cool. Have a nice day. No, I don't know. The history of it would be cool. Yeah. I think also I think I'm just influenced a lot by Don to Don today. That's why I was thinking about it. Speaking of Don to Don, I want to listen to the song. My roommate also made a gif of me, and I want to look at it. Say what you do. No one ever with you. Is it fun idea knowing the part of history from someone who had it first? Yeah, and like the idea that history in that case is just never lost. You know, like it's forever there because ghosts exist. Exactly, yeah, because, like, for example, the Library of Alexandria, the fact that it, like, burned down and we can never have this stuff again sucks, but, like, if ghosts were real, then, like, we never actually really lost it. Sorry, I have to, like, pin my face. My hair is annoying me today, and I don't know why. I think it's just because, like, I took a shower last night, and my hair is, like, super soft. You wonder how many ghosts are around us at all times? Do you think that ghosts lick our butthole? At all? Do you think ghosts get freaky with it? I imagine that ghosts actually have no sexual desires. They just kind of exist. Like, that kind of, like, any, like, typical, like, survival niches, like, lust and hunger and stuff like that don't really exist. And anything that exists is... like love, mourn, regret, revenge, things like that. I'm waiting because I want this gift. Nah, I think ghosts would work more like MMOs, their servers, so like Balmond ghosts don't mix with Guitar ghosts, otherwise it's way too crowded. That's valid, and like maybe not everybody turns into a ghost when they die, you know? Like I really do think that like it's like I really think like the amount of unfinished business and stuff, because like if you just forgot to, like, delete your porn history, I don't think they're gonna let you come back. I think they're gonna be like, We're gonna have to talk about that one first, you know? Whereas, like, I think people who, like, got killed or murdered, you know, they have the chance to be, like, the strong earthly ties. You know? I don't think the, whatever metaphysical, sorry, my brain is dead. I just don't believe that whatever vibe exists in our world that, like, make this bigger now, is all like, yo, what's up, dog? Fuck you. And it's like, you get to stay on Earth because you forgot to delete your porn history, you know? Bro, I keep getting food ads, but I'm too bedridden to get something to eat. Oh no, I'm sorry that you're sick. But now you know at least that you're hungies. You know? At least you know that you're hungies. Close group, because I think that's okay now. This is done now. Change cover. I need my back brace. I think I gotta go get my... Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get my back support thingy, because I'm slouching and I don't... I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Did we miss the Don Don song? My brain is just not here. Do you think ghosts try to learn words we learn? Oh god, how many of them are brain rot phrasing? Oh, probably so many. I don't even want to think about the number. I'm glad the annoying part's over. I don't like being sick either. Alright. So, like, I realize it's kind of hot in here. It's like 82 degrees. And I don't know if I want to turn my AC on, but I feel like I do because it... Oh, so, okay, other thing. I walked into Pixels' office, and he's having a meeting with, his boss and stuff. And I walk in and it's like, that would be an animal with a singular brain cell. And I look at him, I go, what are you talking about me? Why are you talking about me? He's like, I was talking about something else. I was like, you're talking about me. I just made him chuckle. I hate being sick. I get like sick like this once every 5 months and it's a nightmare. Oh god, I'm so sorry. I hate being sick. Every time I get sick, I'm like, I pretend like I'm dying. I'm like, I never really cherished being able to breathe through my nose. Or not coughing up phlegm every time I exist. And I just get sad. Do you believe in aliens or ghosts? I believe in the souls of aliens hunt proctology. I believe the souls of aliens hunt proctology offices tortured by unfinished probing. What? I can't breathe and it sucks. Yeah. Was it like a, I hope you don't mind me asking, but was it like a sinus thing? I think Pixels had like a sinus cold and it turned into COVID. And I think I just had a mild flu. The branch of medicine dealing with pathology and the surgery. I could see that. I mean, honestly, that makes sense. Makes sense to me. I am turning my AC on. It was like nice and cool in Pixels' office. And then I came in here and I'm like, well, now I kind of want my AC on. Divine sodomy is crazy. It's a cold, flu, fever thing. It's not COVID. I tested. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. I'm sorry that you're sick, though. I feel like when it's winter and you're sick, it's, like, typical. But when it's summer and you're sick, it's, like, hell on earth. Like, that just fucking sucks. I don't know if it's summer where you are, Miss Positive, but summer here, and if I was fucking sick when it was summer, I'd die. I found out something. What did you find out? My shoulder straps are not... What is happening? Grounded 2 comes out the day before my birthday. Well, my dear, happy early birthday. And I did hear about that. I don't know if I'm gonna get it, to be honest, because I don't know. I don't feel... And please correct me wrong, because I did like the first Grounded. I just don't feel like they, like, invented anything new for it, you know? It's just like, oh, we got pet... I don't want pet spiders! I don't want it! I don't want pet spiders! Oh my God, my arm strap is not cooperating. What is happening? Hold on, I have to go ask for help. I'll be right back. Okay, I unfucked myself. We are unfucking... What's happening? You get an RPG class? Okay, that's kind of cool. Also, kids die, big selling point to some. That was like in the first game, though. No, actually, you'd be surprised at how often I get asked that. No, I just do my best to keep a positive mindset and a positive person for the people around me. I appreciate you asking, though. Miss Positive, you're so cute! I love you! Hi, Rainer. Welcome on in. And here I was thinking I'm smart and funny and handsome, but nay, I'm once again Wacky, you could be basic and handsome, you know that, right? I don't think they're mutually exclusive. Alright. Nice and comfy now. Nice and comfy. Even though my fucking tank top's like lopsided now. Everything's lopsided. Okay, we're good now. Hello, we're back. Okay. I don't want to be basic either, just being you. And that's all. We love you, Miss Positive. You're so sweet. I love it. I'm handsome and funny and smart and humble. So fucking humble. Well, I don't know where the humble part came in from, but you do you, bud. Put you all to shame? No putting others to shame. That's not very nice. Everyone's posting on their 08, and I wish more people saw that in themselves. Don't we all? Lucky, you were the first person to refer to me as an aardvark. This is true. I have a bell on my desk as well. And as well all know, the good guy rings the bell in shame. Okay. I don't know what that means, but yeah. Nope, 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 nope. Everybody, please come my cow. You're beautiful. Aw, thank you. I hope you have a wonderful. I hope your sickness leaves your body soon. I'd suck it out of you if I could. Of course. And I hope that, you know, if you hang around here for a little longer, you know, you're just having good vibes. Yeah, just all around good vibes. Alright, that's good. Is there an evil version of you out there with a goatee called Mr. Ian? That'd be so funny. My arch rival, Mr. Negative 135, has arrived. Here, remove these now. Actually, I want to keep those. Remove these. I'll just do that there for now. I don't want to organize it right now. Oh, that is so cute. Mr. Chaotic and Miss Positive. Insert Kermit meme here. I love that though. That's a cute pairing. I mean, how this one. Let's do this one to start. And then I need to find the cropping, which will be 1 of 2 numbers. 78, 445, 810. There we go. Me, I am alone. He's on the loft right now, putting together some stuff for our gaming group. He's been checking on me every so. Oh, that's so nice. What kind of gaming group? Is it like, you know, like a video gaming group, or is it like a tabletop, or just curious? Right there. I didn't mean to click that. Oh, right. I was working on this video game group. Nice. Nice. Well, I hope that you guys have fun with that. Always tell me what to do. Young girls' hearts. Featuring Lane, featuring Mew, and Buffy, Zoe. We will, yippee! The kids. It's a good song, ain't it? We need Kazuya. Pancake, and Gore. I'll go here. Smaller. Ah, frick. Ah, frick. 47. What the frick? I don't mind making it a little bit smaller, though. We're currently watching anime stuff I grew up with, new stuff, etc. Currently watching Ouran High. I love Ouran High School Host was the first anime that I ever watched growing up, and I really like that anime. It's a really good anime. I think her name is Haru, right? Haru? Is she my favorite? She's one of my favorites. Zoe. Zoe, and then Kazuya can fill in this. Haruhi! Yeah! Haruhi! Haruhi is one of my favorites. I try to make everyone kind of like size accurate. It's kind of hard though. Anime, yeah, my first ever anime was Glitter Force. Interesting. Okay, I think it's everyone. I can skip Bobby a little bit. Course and pancake. Oh yeah. That's a good mix of everybody. I was like 10. Okay, magical animated were my jam when I was 10. No, that's valid. I liked those a lot. I think Shugo Chara. Shugo Chara. Shugo Chara. Yeah, that was my like anime when I was like my girly anime growing up. I really liked the necklaces in this and the little charms and stuff. They were cool. I put Gordy in here. Gordy's not gonna be there. I don't know what I'm doing. Gordy didn't say that he was gonna come. God damn it! Now I gotta redo this again. There was one I watched with was a mermaid magical girl that sang. I forgot what it's called. Ooh, on brand. Good lord. Jungle Boogie. I don't know why that's like different. Alright, it affects all these. So 20. Oh yeah. What size was this? 40, I think? 34.1. Bro, I swear to God, Snapchat is trying to make it look like I'm cheating on my boyfriend. Like, I don't know who you are. I'm getting a notification of this random guy's thinking about me. That's so scary! Yeah, I personally do not like. I like using Snapchat to take selfies, because I like the filters on there, but that is all I use it for. I don't like it otherwise. Because it's really weird, because, like, my significant other who has not used Snapchat, like, I think he used it once for, like, a group project when he was, like, in high school or something. It keeps recommending that I add him, and I'm like, dude, this guy doesn't even use Snapchat anymore. What do you mean that I should add him? An account that has been inactive for, like, how many years? It's just spooky. I don't fuck with it. However, and roommate hates it. Yeah, a lot of my friends in college really liked it, but I didn't. It just didn't work with my ADHD. I was just like, because you'd have a conversation, and this was like before really they added the, oh, you can save, like, conversations with people. I was just like, yo, what the fuck do you mean I need to, like, remember what we were talking about on my own? Like, that's what's nice about texting someone is, like, if you forget what you're talking about, you can scroll up a little bit and then remember what you're talking about. With Snapchat, that doesn't work that way. Or at least it didn't used to. And so I was just like, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't understand. Why are we using this? Why can't we just use normal text messages? I mean, understandably, everybody that used to use it in my college were just horn dogs. And they wanted to be able to send horn dog pictures without getting in trouble. So there's that. But also, what the fuck? I don't like it. Because, like, I too have it because, like, a lot of my college friends that I did like used Snapchat. And so I was just like, well, I gotta keep it because all my friends are there. But I only use it to take selfies sometimes. I think this is a good spread. I know you meant, but and what you meant, but I'm like hungry. I'll have to eat my dog. What the fuck is happening? Don't mention food. Okay. We'll mention how I think I spread my friends out nice. I think I spread my friends out nice. I have 2 folders? I did not mean to have 2 folders. I'm gonna need a sentimental man or woman to hook me up. In my bliss, you'll see. Bring out the. Yeah, some of us are getting together to play Rebo tomorrow. Okay. Spread your friends. That's what I'm doing. I'm spreading my friends. Gonna lurk for a hot minute? No problem, love. Have a good lurk. Yeah. I don't know how I'm gonna fit this in my thing tomorrow, but we'll figure it out. I can't wait to get into VTubing. It's a long ways away, but it's a process. Yeah! A lot of people in the community are kind of in that kind of same wave of, like, they're getting there, you know? Because it can take a while, especially if you know what you want out of VTubing and your brand and stuff. But if you ever need help with anything, feel free to let me know. I'm coming out tonight. I'm coming out tonight. Oof, de-whitelist with the Minecraft server. That's fair. I did leave the Discord. Huh? What? What? Sorry, I have to blur this because it shows our IP. It shows our IP address. Hmm? 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 It seems like it took actually quite a few people off, actually. Okay. You're added back. I have to add it back. What the fuck? It actually took a few people off, it looks like. Mm-hmm. Added you back, though. Should be good now. I don't know why you were taken off, actually, because I'm sure there are other people that left the Discord server that I just haven't checked. Yeah, like, actually the same goes with the person that's Tricky Deathbring. I also added them. But it says that they're not. I'm sure I added them to the Minecraft server. Stop it. We're just waiting for a PC. I know what my avatar will be, my starter. It's a customizable one that I have a picture of what I want my avatar to be. Hell yeah! Customizable VTubers are fucking amazing. I love customizable VTubers. Okay. 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 Yeah, we're good now. I fixed it. After I get the money, then I want to commission someone to do more with it, you know? Oh, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. But customized models are very accessible, and I appreciate all the artists that have made them. Okay. My internet caught up. I don't have a... I don't have a sticker for this. If we get the money, then I want... Yeah. But, yeah, I've seen a lot of people modify, like, customizable models, which is nice. Dude, I want an emote like that. I have my other one. I have the maincoow crump dance, but that one has more frames. Gordy's has more frames. I like Gordy's a lot. I want another dance one. Okay, so what am I doing? I was doing a thing. I just realized they have a drop shadow on their model. How did they do that? Can I do that? Wait, can I do that? Can I have that? Wait, I want that. Oh, how did they do that? Wait, what? What? I want that. How do I get that? What the fuck? I want that. What? Is it in here? Where is it? It's in the little thingy with the thingy, the thing. The thing and the thing. The effects. Where are the effects? Did I get bigger? Did I actually get bigger? There you go. Yeah, okay. Backlight and outline? Is it this? Oh, that's the other one. Cancel another one. Make it better, do it faster, makes you stronger. How do they do that? How do they do that? I want to do that. No, that's not what I want. Oh no, dude, there has to be. Okay, I understand. Foreground shift, vignette, chromatic, full defend line scanner. Foggy window. No. How long I've been on ya. 2D. VTube Studio Fake Shadow. I'm gonna let my phone charge and get some rest. Have a positive filled day, and I wish you the goodness of vibes. Thank you. I hope you get great rest. Sleep well. We love you a lot. I hope to see you around again. Rain, snow, bloom. Drop shadow. That's the one I want. Where is it? Backlight and outline. Okay, so effect on. It's like hard to see because like, oh. I can't fix it. That's fine. Okay. Yippee! Yeah, now I have like a slight, and BLT has it too. We have like a slight like shadow now. That's so cool. I love that. Oh. That's fucking sick. Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Okay. I wonder if I can make that a hotkey. I don't think I need this. Yes. This is third angle. Yes. Well, oh, it's the visual preset effect. Yeah. How did I do that? Oh fuck! I have to. Select fake shadow. Hog. She freaky. Freaky. This is and then this is fake shadow. There you go. I'm going to try the date. Hi, Kwatsa! Hi! How you doing? Good afternoon, my dear. How are you today? Let me start. What is this? I have 2 zooms? 100 proof. Slept until 2 p.m. Fuck yeah, that's the way. 'Tis the way. Second file. Purple. Actually. Was up till 6 gutting my room. Well, does the room look nice now, at least? You say she's just a friend. Say she's just a friend. Baby, you got what I need. And you say she's just a friend. I gotta redo my face tracking because it blanked out. I'd say 50%. Okay. That's good. That's good. That's good. Why's my stuff weird? Oh, did it turn off? What? I'm confused. Why is it not doing the thing? Lots of boxes and bags of clothes are in the living room. Are you moving or are you just rearranging? I'm all alone for a week, so decided. Oh, valid. Well, I hope it's been fun. I hope you've been having a fun time with that. What I need. You say she's just a friend. Alright, are you gonna invert correctly now? Did I fuck up this key or something? I did. Fuck. Yeah, that's right. I did need that. What was this? It was... I want to toss like 70% of this stuff. Understandable. Can you donate any of it? Forgot what this does now. So, if I look... Forgot what this does. Okay. So if I'm looking left and right, and now... Oh, this is not inverted angle. It's, static. Change static angle. Okay. Angle. Select. Create new expression. There we go. Done. Number X. Unset, and then include. There you go. And now. But I attach memories, emotion to things. So yeah, I'm doing 3 seconds trash, don't know, keep. That's valid. I am very much like that as well, where I am very connected to my things. Okay. So if we I'm just gonna reload the model, I think. And then there we go. There we go. Okay. Let's reverse the body X.
No, this is Patrick.
This is Patrick. No, oh fuck. This is Patrick. I want to look at invert X real quick. No, this is the wrong one. Cancel. I want to do angle. No. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. Gonna grab lunch. Have good lunch. Okay, so what's the difference? If I do... Okay. If I do it like this. Now I'm looking at chat. And now... Okay, so overwriting it forces it to stay at that angle. Got it. multiply, add, overwrite. Hold on. Multiply. Okay, what does multiplying it do? So it doesn't seem like it does much. Cause I'm cool like that. You're way cool. I think you're the coolest, Quits. Fuck yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. TTS, idle, Twitch, reverse paint. Okay. Okay, now. I wonder something. Face left, right rotation. Ah. So if I did this as -40. Okay. I think I fixed it. Let's do my body. Okay, it's -50 actually. So Pog, I fixed it. I fixed it. Poggers. Poggers chat. Hoggy woggies in the chat. I'm just gonna I need to have. Actually, I'd like it to make it stronger, so I'll just do it myself. The bigs. You know me well. I want this to be darker. What color? Let's make it like a dark blue. Make it a bit darker. Yeah. Right. Fiction select. Alright, cool. Cool. I wonder if I can accidentally break the water can. Rules. Play nice, and please give your animations please have them off unless we're using them as we have a baby server. I actually should put that in the rules. I need to edit message. This should not be needed anymore. Honestly, I should redo this. Similar to how this is, I think, but I don't know. Don't grief, don't be an asshole. Oh. If you use the create mod or automations, automations, machines off. If I told you that, then I wish that I could be your man. Etc. Right into you. There you go. And close this. Cool. Now that that mystery is solved, I can go back. Go back! Oh. Alright. Hi, Chaotic Kitten! Hey, the boop! How you doing today? Oh, I hope you're having a great day. I'm good. EP understandable. Change speed 150. I am EP2. Making my BF and I lunch. What are you having for lunch? And then I want these videos. Oh, this one, these two. So when I dance, so be nice and egg and ham, cheesies. Egg, ham, and cheesy Sam on an every. Ooh, fuck! Everything bagels are so good. I love everything bagels. What's up, garlic, herb, cream cheese? Oh, baby, that sounds amazing. I am jealous. Fuck yeah. Hope it tastes delicioso. Just hiding, I can't find it. Save more than can. Love, I love, I love. of us has eaten yet. Oh, no wonder you're having such a yummy breakfast. Or lunch, technically. I don't know. Where to go on, tell me why. Why is it? Cow puppy, cow puppy, cow puppy. Still hurting, eyes keeping fall out of bed. Don't know where to go, so I lay instead with my symptoms. I love, love, I love, love, love. Sorrow and dread inside a good favorite and again. I love, you. I love, love. I love, you. I love, love. Perfect lines and she finds sometimes she can be the one. Oh, I'm so never afraid of another. Add track. And then I essentially want to make the same thing again. Pop wobble. Only Twitter though. That's what's good. Go forward. I'll say it again. Shouldn't soon. Order. Hog. Is this should make that an exclamation point. I just need some music. I gotta check something with VOD. Because the fact that this hat's not working is making me upset. It should work. That's a freestyle abstract spiritual yoga piece. Yeah, it should be like that. So file. Lock. Okay. Save. Yes. Yes. Cool. Keep looking at there. Items. First. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, I might just reload him. Let's reload you, buddy. So I want you to be fixed. Let's see if I want to be honest. Forgot what it was like to have 60 HP in flight. Minecraft is a lot again. That's I mean, you can just nerf yourself. I did. I could delete this stuff if you want. BTS. Don't you dare run this? Okay. You got it, buddy. If that one, yeah. And then if I test it.
Pog Online Poggers. Pog Online Poggers.
Cool. And I'll leave. You breathing? You are breathing. Cool. Expression editor, create expressions. Chicken. Chicken. Whole chicken, whole item. Expression. Sit. Save. Searching for redemption. Uppies. Save. Okay. Done. Done. Sure can. Cool.
Ghosts are either harmless or not real. Otherwise there'd be a lot less white people.
What? What does that mean? What does that mean? Excuse me? Oh. God doesn't feel so good. 6. 6. He means what he said. I don't even know what that means though. Okay, and now I have to fix it in here. Oh no, it's the same. Hog. Okay, so you should all be good now. Did you forget your stream tile? Oh! Well, I was worried about the white people part, man. I was worried about the white people part. The white people part was a little concerning to me, I'm not gonna lie. People are concerning you, right? As a white person myself. He is 1% white, you can say it. Oh, okay. Alright, if you say so. Okay, now if I reload myself. Whoa, whatever makes you cry. I'm gonna wear water now. Okay, so you should be Control Alt. No. Hog. Okay. VLT V3 select. Cancel. I have to find out. Okay, this is the wrong one. How is there 2? I think it's this one. I'm gonna be on like 15. I did fucking wrong one. There we go. The rest of them, fuck 'em all but us. Cool. And then I need to load. No, I need to save it. Just in case. Hey, I wanna wake up. Okay. Now BLT should be all good. My coworker has a degree in graphic design, gave me feedback on the covers I made. Fuck yeah, what did they say? I like them a lot. Personally. Oh right, I have to click. There you go. Yeah. I'm just gonna rename these. It's all about he said, she said bullshit. Quit. It's shit. That lit. Okay, that's a lot better. Cool. Dangerous. Okay, I didn't mean to run that. Oh, I forgot it. Oh, okay, we're okay. Never mind. I didn't forget a setting. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Okay, BRB food time. I'll go food. I'll go food. Alright, so I fixed that. Kiwi, I need to resend you your image because I saw what you sent me last night, so I'll fix that. And then just some minor adjustments. The font on one and removing the smoke and changing the colors to the other. Look at it. Put it in the fridge. Put it in the fridge. Just minor. I see. Yippee! Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't even notice that. My bad. Thank you for letting me know, though. I appreciate ya. Okay. Oh, right, this is what we're doing. Okay. Oh, okay. This one is good, but for someone else. Save. If you wanna start, need a mom. Please continue off without that right time to sure to have me start. Fighting a pharmacist. Have fun fighting the pharmacist. Don't forget you use your fisticuffs. Need a mom. It's this one here. That has music. I have to restart it now. got that right temperature from the start. How much I built on here? Yeah, you built a lot, man. And the server will never die. Unless I stop paying for it, which I won't, but, you know. Workspace, scripts, comp, text color. I'm gonna keep you off. They got that right temperature, so are you from the start. I gotta lurk in. I wanna lurk in. Gordy stream. Oh my god, Ellie's streaming. Laura's streaming. Lady M is streaming. That's crazy. Where the fuck did? Where's? Oh, there's Gordy. Okay. Okay. Holy shit, there's so many socks under my bed. Dude, that's the mood. I throw my socks all around the house. That's me. Reading out early today? Nah, I'm just, I'm lurking. I'm lurking. This was my original art parent. I'm just lurking in people's streams because I like to check in on people. Oh fuck, I spelled having wrong. Okay, run away. Back to work. Back to work. No, I like hanging out in my friends' chats. Cause you know, why not support while I also just work? You know, just sprinkle in a little bit of viewers here and there. Cause I count as a viewer, you know? Same. Hog. Okay, cool. Do what I always do. I will grab -52. Be warned, learning about this VTuber may cause an overload. And cuteness. In cuteness, we want to be green. New is an adorable artist. Creates live 2D models, and she even rates herself sometimes. When she does though, they come out so expressive and full of life. Just take a look at these. Their most recent model they created themselves is is an adorable cow puppy. Next. So if you're ever looking Let's just uncomplicated challenge. Cute as they are entertaining. Near stream or home. Cool. I think that's good. So now we go to the next video, which is gonna be Vibe in China, and then I'll end with Did You Know? Because that would make my brain work good. Save. Okay. And now we can cross this off the list. This can be checked off. I feel like I'm forgetting something. No, not really. Nope, I think I'm good actually. Hope this did okay. It did. Awesome. Alrighty. 24, and then we need to replace. I feel like I have some funny memes. Maybe I don't, maybe I do. We'll see. I thought I don't know. Okay, Oh, this is gonna go in video editing. Do I want to finish that all today? I could. I think I'm gonna do V-Stars as well today. So that way tomorrow I just have to do real fun. That way Thursday we can just play games. I think that's my plan. This needs to be scooted. Like this. Needs to go above me. Okay, I think that's fine. Alright, let's do this first then. I'm gonna replace it with all the funny cat memes that I found this week. Twitch 6. Nice. Okay. Then I just need to adjust them. Oh, not that guy. Sorry. Yeah. So this one I want it to be centered. Alright, let's get to nope. something off. Okay. Boop, boop. Now we got the credits in because credits are important. He's scared of me. Let me see what she's doing. It's because Hide and Shine. Okay, for this one. Rewrites pigment first. Oops. And then this one. On top, 78, 31. Oh. This one I too want to shoot up. I like this song. On picnic. So I really just gotta hold this section. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, this isn't. Again. Three. Vocals. Stem. I. When in doubt, cut the thing in half. Let's scoop the whole damn thing again. So I'm pogging. And this one. Leak. 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 Okay, good. I'm just gonna make sure all of these line up. They do. Hoggin. Hoggin. Then we're gonna close it. And then we're gonna reopen it. I'm feeling lonely. Oh shit, I need to message Nick though. Nick, there's someone else that I would like to highlight. Bloop. I'm just gonna. Alright, cool. DaVinci never opened. Bum, bum, bum. These some New York Times names. Workspace, scripts, comp, snap captions, text color, generate. The mini play, check, auto check, displays, add travel signs. Arrows, no. Pulitzer winning 2024 novel, The Alien in the Strand. One of Michelle's one with daughter. How am I supposed to know this? A little out of whack. Marshmallow tree. Oh, Peeps. IRS IDs. I don't know. 1975 film with a 25 Jaws. Back with food. Welcome back. I don't fuck it. Welcome back. Hi. Hi, Shadow. How you doing? Dude. Oops. Sans? Says? Sass? Oh, okay. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm good. I'm just playing a little bit of New York Times while my subtitles render. Hi, Condemned. How are you? Miss. There we go. I don't know what an IRS ID is though. Maps. By the way, would you want to play Repo later? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna be down. What time are we doing Repo? $9 EST? I think I could do that. I think I can do that. What the fuck is this one? Malia SN. Oh, social security number. Oh, okay. I think maybe. We will see. So an hour and 15. Seems like a week per week. Yeah. Yeah. I'll say probably. I'll see where I am with work. Because I don't want to say yes if I didn't get work done. Till time. Melt. That was dumb. That was only like 8 points. Good work is important. Good work is important. Because then I like, if I don't get good work done, then I'll like be like, oh, my brain will be like, I don't really deserve to play Repo if I don't get my work done, so. But I think I can finish all my stuff. Be on the lookout this week as TikTok user Pets Fitness shows us how many little cones you can fit on their EB little pet. Like, how do you even get cones tiny? Cool. Focus on work, it will be fine. Yeah, I mean, like, these are, the V-Stars one will probably only take 30 minutes, and then the Did You Know one might take like 45 minutes, so I think I can finish right before you guys start, so. I'm not worried about it. I can probably join. I'm just gonna say probably because I've never played games on a weekday like this. Or like, I guess last minute. Then we have my newest. And favoritist vocal stem that I found. Ever great, Mr. Evergreat. True Democracy Manifest. This little kitty that plays with me, and it's the cutest thing in the world. My cat too plays. So I play. She doesn't look. I want you to think to my room, but you all the time. Make up on the internet just to see what you find. Everything's in my room. It's so easy. Spelled me wrong. Thanks, Mom. Alright, now we do V-Stars. Thanks, Mom. Ooh, getting high, high. Oh, that's so good. Die. Christmas Tuesday. Is it weird that I like cold mac and cheese? I don't think it's cold. It's weird. I like cold mac and cheese. I like cold mac and cheese because I feel like I'm eating a block of cheese. I think I need this track. I won the fight. I just have to wait an hour for my addy. Woo! Are you gonna leave and come back, or are you just gonna wait? Okay, look at the countdown. I want to add the timeline. I want to do these subtitles first. Sitting in my car eating mochi ice cream like a degenerate. That's not a degenerate thing. That sounds great. I'd be down for that. Alright, Wordle time. Wordle time! We're gonna do audio. Fuck paper. More like someone who won it. That's what I'm saying. Safe. Safety? Sales. The fuck? As a former cheerleader, I appreciate my hype mermaid. Thank you for the song, Casper. How's it going? Taser? What do you mean it's not a word in the list? Tacky. What? Taffy. It's going. Understandable. Yes! 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 I got it. I did not think I would get that. Alright, how's this? Hog, that's good. I'll go over to hype my land friends. Yippee! Yeah. Hi, V! Hi, how are you? Oh, my brain is bogus. I'm good, I'm glad. Isn't the I don't got school tomorrow because Regent, so I'm happy. Pog. I got floaties, don't worry. Thank you guys. As far as I know, Gobs can't swim. Gobs could swim if they wanted to. I think it's up to the independent gob, you know? I was an adult in the early 2000s. I don't. I was a baby in the early 2000s. Why is this so quiet? I'm so quiet. I don't get the subtitles right. I was a toddler. I was a toddler too. I was a baby. Oh my god. So yawny today. This one. Sure is. Oh my god. Go away. Okay. I told my drugs are ready. Ooh! Woo! Seems what it's like hearing songs like this in concert would be amazing. That makes sense. Honestly, that makes a lot of sense. That's it. It's all people but I can't take drugs until 9 p.m. because I took them too late this morning. I took them at like 2 p.m. That's valid. Which drugs are you taking? Oh, my brain. This is the morning one tonight, Val. Big orange. It got that off by one frame. Lurk, gonna decide whether I should stream or not. Sounds good, V. Have fun. There's a good song in it. I keep clicking shift 1 and it's annoying the fuck out of me. I'm gonna turn this off again. Current vtuber. This one I have to fix. One more beginnings. We come to find. Should be an exclamation point. Okay. I get. What the fuck is her name? Miyabi? Let's see. Nope. Okay. Hog? Hog? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's get lucky. Let's get lucky. Go. I gotta fix this. I keep forgetting there's like a second of like silence. Hog. You ever sneeze so hard you give yourself yes? That often happens with pixels. For me, it feels like my brain cell slams into the back of my head like I stopped a car all of a sudden, and then my little brain hurts. For Pixels, if he sneezes, sometimes he'll sneeze like 5 times in a row and then just dies. It gets real spooky though, because sometimes when he sneezes a lot and then he gets a nosebleed. And then I get worried. Because it's just a mountain. Oh. Oh fuck, Buffy just sent me something. Ooh, okay. Ghost frequencies, demon spore. What is this one? The Drifter. Lurks within the walls. A lot of these are coming soon. Huntsville level X. I did a stray sneeze out my mouth and not my nose and it hurts my throat. That's valid. So much happening lately. I know. Like right now, Steam Next Fest is happening. That's why on Thursday we're gonna just sit and play a bunch of games. But I want in October, I want to play a lot of horror games. Like, I have the one that you told me. Ew, what the fuck? Cave Diver looks terrifying. Oh my god. Oh my god. You changed? I sneeze loud. That's valid. Pixel sneeze loud sometimes. A bit of goblin. I saw one for Granny Escape Together. What the fuck? What in the horror movie? What the fuck? Bad Cheese? I want to play Bad Cheese. I want to play Bad Cheese so bad. There's another one with the Mickey Mouse one where he's a detective, which I have to look into as well. But Buffy had one that he sent me, and then I also want to play Layers of Fear 2. So, there's a lot of, like, horror games that I want to play. I want to give, like, a week to each one of them, whether we, like, finish them sooner than, like, that week. There's, like, its own thing. What is this? This is a creepy co-op horror game in which you find yourself locked in crazy Granny's house. But Granny is not the only danger that awaits you in the house. Someone else creepy lives in the basement. You have 5 days to get out of the house. I feel like I'm gonna be so bad at this. Uber Hacked Nova played games like this. I feel like I'd be so bad at them. But maybe I might try it. Phase Zero looks cool. It gives me, it looks cool. It gives me PS1 vibes. Another one I want to play, it's a VR game, so I don't know if I'll play it, is Hello Puppet VR. It's another one that I want to play. Prop on. Painted in blood. Lock your door. Interesting. Faith. I think I have this one on my wish list. But yeah, there's a bunch of ones that I'm planning to do for Halloween. Alright, okay. Us. Okay, that was having the audio. And now we will do these parts. Crafty. Let's lock this audio clip. Crafty, yes, let's do this one. And then let's look at the cropping, which would be 878. 826. Push me around. I don't like it. I saw us coming soon, The Cult of the Child Eater, and you play as a kid and you have to try to stay. That one sounds cool. That one sounds cool. I don't know. Let's see. How many weeks are there in October? Because I kind of do want to plan out October. So there's... I wouldn't start week 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks. Oh, Halloween's on a Friday, bitch. Goddamn, yes. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can play. So, okay, I'm thinking I'm going to play 3 different games. And then for the last week, I'll play. Let me see. Hold on. Fear 2. How long? There's a field that takes 10 to 12 hours to complete. It's about 5 hours. So that's like 2 streams worth of game. Or 1 if I'm just playing it. I think In Sound Mind is another one. My chain to... A chain... Wait, excuse me? Excuse me? In Sound Mind. How long? 12 hours. 10 hours. Okay, so 10 hours, so in Sound Mind is 10 hours. So like 2 streams, Layers of Fear. Also, Pit of Goblin had a major update and looks like it should be playable. We should be goblins. Sometimes we should be goblins. Oh my god. Chain together backrooms is so silly. This is so silly. Layers of Fear 2 is... Well, how long did it say? It said 10 hours? No, 5 hours? There's 2 streams. Maybe 1 stream. Weed in the coconut and light that shit up. Weed in the coconut. You light that shit up. What was I thinking? Other spooky games? Oh, no, I'm saving that one for a subathon thing. I don't want to play Alien Isolation. Alien Isolation. It's on my wish list. Ooh, Forgive Me, Father 2. Fuck. Okay, that might be a special thing. This one might not come out until it's too late. Trying to see if there's any other games that like I have that I am interested in. How's this one? Spamware? Your sentence of 3 that earn a freedom by identifying and reporting spam. What do people say about this? Not recommended. Okay, cool. And then archaeologist. This one I'm very interested in. Fear of faith. Songs of rats. This is positive. What is this one about? The wreckage resounds with the echoes of countless songs filling the air of a constantly shifting maze where bravery and sacrifice are key to staying alive. Then, without warning, one song goes silent. Will you step into the dicey labyrinth and uncover its secrets in this minimalist dark RPG? Interesting. Space Open Stalker. If this is a game for you, it was difficult to complete once you understand. I believe in aliens because I see one in the mirror every day. Poggin. Hi Zenon, how you doing? How you doing? Hello. Nightmare Shift, I'm very interested. Release date is next month. I wish there was like a horror game bundle that we could just try, if I'm honest. Is there like, too lazy to work, how are you? Understandable. There's a game coming out called Haunted Paws, I think you might like. It's a co-op puppy in a spooky house game. Also, hi! Hi! I want to see it. Haunted Paws? Haunted Paws. Oh, this is so cute! Aww, it's like Luigi's Mansion, but your puppies! But your puppies! I need more, like, spooky games. No. 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 Don't I have Resident Evil? So, do I have Resident Evil? I wanted to play Resident Evil, that one. So, hello, I just settled into work. How was work? Was work good? What is this one? What number is this? Wait, no, not that. What, 7? Do I have 7? Do we have 7? We don't have 7! What do you mean we don't have 7? In this library that I share with my friends, what do you mean we don't have 7? Oh, what do you mean 7? What do you mean we don't have 7? Fuck, okay. Doom Dark Ages. Did anyone buy me Doom Dark Ages? Dude, I'll play Doom. I would make a whole ass asset for me to play Doom Dark Ages in October. I'm gonna be honest. Can we just play Doom Dark? Wasn't too bad. Was sort of a blur. Almost understandable. Understandable. Work can do that to you. It just kind of becomes a blur, and then you're just kind of in and out, and then you're like, I just did a work day. That's how I feel when I stream sometimes. I like stream for like 9 hours, and I'll be like, I did what? Guys, can we start a GoFundMe for Doom Dark Ages? Can we make a GoFundMe for Doom Dark Ages? I don't know what VTuber asset I would make. $70. It's $70. I asked for a key. That ain't on the Switch too. That ain't on the... No, it wouldn't be. I might be, actually. Is Doom on the Switch? They're so expensive. They are. They have a Doom Eternal. The Doom Eternal is on Switch too. I want to play Doom so bad. I fucking love Doom, dude. I love Doom so much. Guys, can I start a GoFundMe? Would you guys care if I started a GoFundMe? Not actually GoFundMe, but I'm on Throne. One campaign with no pre-ability is insane if it's 70. I think most Doom games have, like, other mini games, I think, within them. And I think there was one point where there was like an online, and Doom Eternal, I'm pretty sure they had a thing where there was an online mode where you could play a bunch of mini games with your friends. But I don't know if they'll do that in Doom Dark Ages. I'm gonna be honest. The kind of games like Gears of War with like, no. It's mostly single player, but sometimes they're like, oh, you can play games with your friends. I'm adding it. If you guys love me, you guys will help me out here. I just want it so bad. Bro, I want the Sonic game. Which Sonic game? Is there a new Sonic game? Sonic game? Sonic game 2025? How many hours would you expect to be 70? That's hard, right? Because as someone who works in the game development industry, $70 for, I say at least 50 hours, I think. I feel like 50 hours. I don't really know, though, because I'm on the other end of it. Like, I'm more of a game developer than I am on the publishing side. So I've been, like, you know, I know, look at the price of the Sonic game. Is it $70? Okay, yeah, so 50 hours. It's $50! $70! Wait, why did the other one, why did the thing say 70? 60 for the digital Lux, but the base game is just 50. Huh. Sonic Racing Crossworlds? Yeah, it says Sonic Racing Crossworlds will be $70. That's crazy. People will pay it, though. Excuse me! Do you see what that says? You can't see what that says. That says Creature Cock Doom Silicone. I just wanted Doom Dark Ages. Because I know you can fund games on here. That's all I wanted. I just wanted Doom Dark Ages. CDG PC stream. I just want Doom Dark Age. Did I hear that right? You did. No, not Sonic being 70. I wanted that so bad. That's why Nintendo fans, you have to start just not buying their games. You have to stop. Cause like, they can't keep getting away with it. Go my Christian, how is the work? How's this work? No. You take one right before you start work. Okay? Alright, hold on. I have to have a 1-to-1 with Kiwi. I have to have a 1-to-1 with Kiwi. Hold on. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, hold on. Alright, listen here. You take one, listen to me, one right before you do work, okay? You do one right before you do work, okay? And then brain go burr. You take one right before work, brain go burr. Do not take more than one, and do not take them. Okay, so, medicine make brain go burr, okay? Make brain go big burr, okay? Big burr brain, okay? And so it'll keep you awake. So don't take it at like 5 p.m. unless you're okay with being up for the next 24 hours because you're gonna fuck your sleep schedule, okay? So you take one. I ideally take one at 2 p.m. and it'll wear off by 8 p.m. Now, it can depend person per person, but only one. Don't stop that. Stop that. You're not allowed to take other people's pills. We're not sharing pills here. Pills here. Take one. There are some foods. We're talking about Adderall. There are some foods that will make Adderall less effective. I should make a TikTok about that. Hold on, I'm gonna... food that makes Adderall less effective. Okay, but there are some foods that will make it less effective or make it more effective. So it's important to just take one when you can. It's, teacher, what if my sleep schedule already fucked up? Well, don't fuck it up further because you want to take Adderall, okay? I think the best time is like right before you do work. It'll help you sit down and focus. Now, I will say Adderall will work differently for different types of people. Because there are different types of brands of Adderall and stuff like that. Vitamin D is good for absorption. It's one may all medicine make at once make no brain at all. Yeah, no burr. No burr. The brain can't make burr. Burr no happen because brain dead. Brain dead. If take all at once, brain die. Okay? Also, okay, these are my health practices, Kiwi, and you don't have to listen to them, but I advise them because your doctor will probably say them anyway, and my habits for taking my Adderall have been good to the point where most doctors don't question. Even if I go to a new doctor, they're like, what are your habits? And I'll be like, oh, these are my habits, and they're like, okay, here's more Adderall. I've never had a problem getting Adderall because I stick to this kind of regimen for myself. I do not take it later than like, honestly, I don't take it later than 3 p.m. Because at that point, it's too late in the day. What the fuck am I gonna do? You know? Understandably, if you have a night schedule, adjust it to a night schedule, but do not take it later than that because it will last for roughly, I want to say 6 hours, 6 to 8 hours. And so if you're taking it at 5, dude, you're gonna be, and another thing is, be careful when you take it because this is a side thing. Sorry, I'm getting, like, sidetracked. Now my ADHD is coming out. Okay, so, routine rules. Don't take it too late in the day. You're gonna fuck your body up. 2, take a break from them. If you can, try to take a break on weekends. Unless there's something you really, really think you need to sit down and focus and get done, you can take them. But I would say take a break on weekends, so that way your heart and your body are not building up an immunity to it. Because your heart will get weaker as you take it, so that once a year you will have to get, like, an EKG done. Or your heart monitored. And, I'm overdue for mine. But be careful of that. And then, if you're not taking them every single day and you take breaks from them, your brain won't build, like, an immunity to it. So you can stay on the same dosage for a longer amount of time. So I should be fine taking it now if I don't sleep till 3 a.m. usually. Yes. I would just still be careful with it. Like, if you want to take it now today just to see how you feel, fine. As long as you're willing to be okay with the consequences of it. Maybe it makes you stay up even later, right? Vitamin D is good for everything. I take vitamin D every day. I say, as I have to make sure there's vitamin D in my pill case. I think there might not be. There isn't, so I have to take my vitamin D today. Because we don't get enough sun here in Oregon. But regardless, try to take breaks from it so that way you can essentially if you take breaks, you also elongate how long your medication will last. Right? So if you have a 30-day supply and you're only taking it on weekdays, then bam, you know, you've lasted it for a bit longer. Because before there was an Adderall shortage, so I kind of stretched out how much I take Adderall. So I'd be like, so for me right now, I take an Adderall Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays only. Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, because those are the days that I work. Like, I'm mainly working. There are things I want to work on, things I want to focus on. Wednesday, I don't because I'm mostly playing games with my friends. Friday, I don't because I'm just playing D&D. I don't need Adderall to play D&D. I just have to do something else when I also play D&D. And then on weekends, I don't take them because fuck around and find out, you know? But to each their own. But you should take a break. You should take a break from them when you can, even if it's just one day a week. That's fine. Because if you tell your doctor, especially if you're already on Adderall, and you tell your doctor, even if the next time you visit them, Kiwi, if you're like, hey, just letting you know, I've been doing, like, really good on my Adderall, let's say it works really good, but I am taking a break on the weekends, or I'm taking a break on Sundays or Saturdays, because I just kind of want a brain off day. They will be very proud of you for that, because it not only makes sure that you're not becoming dependent on the drug, but also lessens the doctor's worry about your heart and, like, just everything that an Adderall can affect. So that's my thing. That's my thing. All right, you'll be great. Drink an entire jug of Sunny D. You'll be good to go. I used to love Sunny D. I haven't drank it in a long time though, because Pixel says it's bad. Guys, I want Doom. Hog. Plug her in tonight. So just don't drink it within an hour or two of taking your meds before and after. So EDA is a citric acid, which is not good for med absorption. I did not know that. The more you know. 10 for the milk stage, thank you. Of course. It's just like I've had plenty of like anxiety because like the way I would drink Sunny D with meds as a kid, oh my god. Well, I mean, you're a kid, you know? Kids have more flexibility, I feel like, in their bones. But those personally are my best practices because I know as being an adult, your healthcare might change. You might get a different doctor. But if you set up really good foundational rules, especially with Adderall, because it is a controlled substance, and so many doctors will be talking about the same thing over and over again. If you kind of already be like, I have a good foundation set with my Adderall, and you're not like, almost like fiending for it, they'll be very compliant with you and not really ask you too much about it. They'll just be like, okay, clearly this is something to help you function. This is something that you know, compartmentalize and stuff like that. And it's like, pogging. I used to work at a pharmacy, so I've overheard stuff, but def fact check, you know, it's mostly stuff with ADHD meds. Yeah, we're mainly talking about ADHD meds because they're so, I feel personally they're so much different than like other meds, you know, like me when I take my fluoxetine, which is my anxiety medicine, it reacts to my body much differently than if I were to have just like my Adderall. Cancel, close. I'm gonna be sad on Twitter. Hold on. I'm gonna be sad on Twitter. Hold on. I just want to. Someday, in the dark ages, you will be mine. And I will play you till my hands go numb. This is what this is for, right? This is what social media is for, right? Crying on the internet. Oops, wrong one. Should put this here. Cry. Copy. Should I make a funny meme with this? I don't want to. I don't care. I don't care enough. I just want to express myself. Okay. Okay. And then... Alright, we're doing clips. Change speed. I did like this song a lot. Oh, that was smart. They put the what model they were creating. The fuck? Where's Effie? What's happening? What? Okay, maybe not this one? What the heck? If I'm tougher, 'cause you're the reason my heart's chasing. 78. There you go. Did you laugh at my blue screen? I did. I woke up to it. I'm not gonna lie. I woke up to it, and I was kicking my feet, being like, tee hee, a wee wee in these hard times. I woke up very, very elated. So thank you. Thank you for that, Kiri. You love me. I should like zoom into her model more, I think. It's so tiny, actually. When I look at it. Change speed. You try and it's amazing, Kiwi. I love you. I love you. Why pick a number between 1 and 137? 66. Yeah, you thought I was gonna say 69, fuckers. 66. Picking 66. Of course. Of course. I got you, sweet cheeks. Sorry, that was weird. I got you, Pookie. That's better. Sorry. Fortnite present skin. Woo! Nah, stand on business. I got you too, sweet cheek. Yeah, double down. Double down. Oh, preset. I was like, present. Present. It's not Christmas. It's okay. It's okay. Autocorrect be a bitch. In English is hard. Sorry. I really had you on. I was looking at Netflix the other day, last night actually, and I saw that they were like Don new season coming, and I'm just heavy breathing until it comes out. I'm so excited. I love Don. I think the words, and I go to type, but suddenly it's a completely different one. I don't know if it's ADHD or dyslexia. I think it's just English. I don't think it's you. I think it's just English, because English is hard. Because you know how, like, read, read, and read are all the same, like, are similar? They're also similar, which I think is stupid. Or how a lot of words have extra letters that we don't even say, which I also think is stupid. Give us your banana. Your banana organ. Yeah, but I typed present and not preset. I don't know. That's all I gotta say. Even for the wellness check, let me drink some cold water. Because my advanced GG is room temperature now, because I didn't put it on a bottle. I just put it in a glass mason jar, and now it's room temperature. I love cold water! Cold water make my brain happy. Cold water make brain go burp. I think I want to move things around. There you go. Pog, 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 pog. Pog, 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 pog. effects, which means we gotta move it around. This is, I think, the first time where I've been able to just put it in the center, I think. And then also, I would like this to come out like here. And then we save it all. We have the music, we have the sound effect, we have subtitles. I think we can just start. Actually, let me save it, close it, and then reopen it. So that way it's nice and fresh. Also, Miu, it's okay that you can't spell because I'm gonna send you in DMs. This is how I try to type plug her or plug her because I am changing how my electricity works in my office. So I was gonna use an extension cord my roommate bought, and that's how I wrote plugger. Like, I'm gonna plug her in, and then that's I didn't fix it. It's close enough. I'm at a point where I just, if it doesn't, like, as long as it's not, like, a work email or, like, someone, like, I'm trying to be formal with, I'm just not fixing my spelling mistakes anymore. I'm not about that life no more. Doing some things that I don't need. What was I thinking? Oh, right, that was something handcrafted. Tracker. Bloop. Bloop. It's adorable, handcrafted. Bloop. Actually, I want to switch those. Bloop. Bloop. That's pretty incremental. Yeah, this will be fine. I just gotta do it like this. Straight down my spine. Position, zoom, rotation angle, fine. This one I want it to be rotated a bit. And then here, I need to do the other things. So we gotta go to sound effects and we gotta look for camera. 'Cause everybody but me. Oops. Cool. I'm gonna go up. Captions, text color, generate. Mind your manners. Think. Oh. I don't know what else. Is being polite one of them? Polite. Polite. Oh, I thought I saw Sonic. I thought I saw Sonic. So let me fix this really quick. What else is like a mind your manners thing? Reason? Oh, sharing? Sharing? Oh, RESPECT, respect. We're waiting. Yay, there was spaghetti waiting for me when I got home. Yippee! Be polite. Consider. Oh, wait, consider. Buffy and I had the same brain cell. Polo. Apologize. Listen. Hog? Good job, guys. That wasn't so bad. Last one is connections. Kiwi beat me to it by a second. By a second. Let me do this really quick. Negative 19. Negative 19. Okay. If I can make actually, I want 0, -18, 1.05. It's my font. Shading off. This one, okay. Text. Ooh. Happy and cute. This organ VTuber has in store for us. Fierce is our sassy, sussy librarian, and is here to keep you company on a workday on this long, lonely nights. Effie streams a bunch of variety when it comes to games, but also creates adorable handcrafted goods along with minis while yapping with their chat. Their current PNG tuber model comes from Medora over on Pog. I'll close that. And I will do connections. Alright. Chill, image, moderate, radical, table, judge, moderate, civic chair, jury, word, text box, customs, psych, chart, heavy, mediate. I feel like moderate, mediate, judge, and jury all go together, but I don't know. I feel like image, word, text box. Fuck! Chart. Yes. Okay, what about judge, jury, moderate, mediate? I feel like this won't be correct. Fuck! It's one away? Fuck. Fuck. Civic. It's like jury duty, civic duty, heavy duty, duty, chill duty, radical duty. I don't know what the other duty is though. Radical? Fuck. Wait, no, I did it wrong. Oh, fuck. Customs duty? Maybe. Psych, chill, heavy, radical? Oh, psych, chill, heavy, radical. That's, yeah. Oh, it was wrong! No! I don't want to see. I don't want to see. I don't want to know. I don't, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. No, I want to figure it out. Hold on. Alright. What did I do? Okay. I'm going on my other fucking account just so I can play it. Okay, so we got text box, image, table chart. Gordy is a skeleton? What? What the fuck? Ew, he's naked. Why is he naked? Oh my god. Put your skin back on. Naked. Oh, he's gone. There he goes. Only help if you put clothes back on. The pumpkin diet is crazy for weight loss. It is, apparently. Brendan Bones. Alright. Wait, okay. That's crazy. Okay. Alright, so, mediate, okay. Mediate, moderate, judge, jury. We did that one, but that was one off. But psych, chill, radical. Heavy, isn't it? Word? 80 slang. Okay, got it. Moderate, customs. Maybe customs. Ah. Wait. No. Wait, what? Heavy duty, jury duty, civic duty. Maybe customs duty? Oh! I don't know what customs duty is. What the fuck does that word mean? Reach an authoritative judgment or settlement. Oh. I guess chair makes sense. Chair like the chair of the board. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Look, he put a little PNG on his face. I like his face. Okay. Good job, team. We figured it out, and that's what's important. Now I do Did You Know, and then I'm gonna do art. Finally saw the Minecraft movie. What did you think of it? I haven't watched it yet. What did you think of it? I don't know if I want the song. Never mind, I want to keep it. I changed my mind. 9 creates a type of audio. 1 create. It was stupid fun. I'm glad. That it was fun. I feel like it really was just meant to be some. Why is it so off? Actually. Specifically. Okay. My brain is like slowly but surely dying. Slowed. A banana. Then you. Then. No about it. Also, Uber is reinventing buses. I have $1 million idea. What is it? What's happening? That's fine. Oh, it's not fine. I don't want it. Whatever. No. My daily life. Disposable trash. What? Oh, wait, what? What? How does that work? Isn't all trash disposable? What? Oh my gosh. What is happening? So, this will be next.
Mother, can we come over and hang out?
What? Can Wee Wee come over and hang out? Of course. Do you want to hold Wee Wee? I can try to make you hold him. Hold on. How do I do this? Yeah, hold on. Assets. Oh, hold on. I've never done this yet. I haven't done this yet, so I have to figure this out. Items, BLT3, this one. Okay, it's just an image file. Okay. Hold on. Let me get you Wee Wee. I think if I do... I think it squishes it, though. I'll just put it on there. And then open, and just see what happens. Our projects. 2D art, Wee Wee. Alright, let's see what happens if I do it like this. And then go in here. Oh. When... Well, it's because I have to reload you, that's right. Guilty, come back. There you go. Huh? BLT? BLT, where are you? BLT? BLT? Where did you go? I have to reload this? BLT! Apparently, where's BLT? BLT? Oh my god. BLT. Okay. Okay, I have to bring him up. Hold on. Is he big? He's a little big, but... Alright. I don't understand why. BLTV3. Actually, let me position you. Okay. He's jumping on your head. Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me. I thought he was on my head. Hold on. Okay. I'm just gonna move Neil off my head really quick. And this as well. And then... Because I don't know if that's breaking it or not. Okay, and then... Save. Okay. TV3, save. Hello, I had a dream about... Why is this button not working? I have... Yeah. Yeah, you floated away for now because I broke something? BLT? Why are you broken, buddy? Underscore and he simply can. I didn't know that either. Where'd he go? Why is it not loading him? Oh, let me restart VD Studio. I don't understand. I don't understand. Hi, Rhino. Holy shit, I just spent 5 hours straight cleaning my room. Good job! I'm so proud of you! Good job. Don't forget to check your chair cushion. They're good. They're not there. As far as I'm aware. It doesn't look like they're there. Alright, connect. DLT. Okay. Spin you there. BLTV3. Save. Okay. Settings. Hold it down. Okay, now I do the thing. It should work? Ayo! I don't know how I broke it. I don't know how I fixed it, but he's all better now. Yippee! Yeah, don't know what that was, but he's okay now. Alright. I gotta bring my wife back. Where my wife?
Peanut butter jelly the long way.
Peanut butter jelly the long way. Peanut butter jelly the long way. There you go. Ooh. Wait, there's so many. Nope. Oh, it's in alphabetical order. There you go. How's work? Yes. Yes, I didn't get distracted. I had to chat. Yes. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I promise. But it's okay. You guys start without me. It might just work anyway. Oh, I just realized the screen has been toggled off. Fuck. There you go. Hog. I feel like I made the shadow darker, did I not? Etc. I think I did. Okay. A ghoul from people from Fallout. Oops. I think 1 million needs to be together. 1 million. Sitting. You'd be perfection starts here. Lock it again. There you go. Heavy breathing. Alright. Let me put my glasses on. Let's lock in, chat. Let's lock in. Also, I need to turn one thing off, which is... Okay, so... Lock in time, lock in time. I don't want these clips to be linked. I want to know what this looks like with Helvetis. Yeah, I think Helvetis would look better because it's like the beginning. And it's like the cover. Also, how did I do? Did you know? Did you? Does locking in require snacks? I wouldn't be opposed to snacks. I wouldn't be opposed to snackies if snackies were maybe offered. Yes, always, yes. And then this one would start here. The all-time best lock-in snacks is sunflower seeds. I do like sunflower seeds. I have to like rotate myself. Like this. I'll be so confused. There we go. Okay. Let's start with close the fuck. Did you know 2? I need the rock. I need the rock. Actually, I need to see how this looks with the font where it should be, because I don't know where it's gonna be. And I don't want to make this whole video and then realize that I put it all in the wrong spot. So it would suck. Valid, but I raise you Brookside chocolate pomegranates. What the fuck? I've never had those. What are those like? What do those taste like? Those sound scrumdiddlyumptious. 8. Nope, 874. Perfect. Okay, this needs to go higher. Over. And then I want to take... Oh, did I not save it? Oh! I'm back. My PC shit its pants. Welcome back. I just said that I too do enjoy a good sunflower seed roasted. This one. I never did this. FX. Underflow. Snackage. Aged Gouda? Where the fuck did we get an aged Gouda from? Pog. Aww, sunflower seeds. Add sunflower seeds, aged Gouda, and some Salambo. Chocolate almond, but instead of vanilla, it's a palm. Ooh! That does sound good. Sport. Yum 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 yum. Two. Ooh, birthday cake popcorn sounds fucking great. Let's see, it's like position, zoom, rotation angle. Both at a gas station near you. Lock-in time. Much behind me. Focus flash. Okay, go for it. I love you. Nom nom. 6. 68. 4. And 0. Nom nom nom. Alright, I need the crunch sound effect because that decides how long this section's gonna be. Alright, so let's stop it like here. It should be like a second, I think. Yeah, that's like roughly a second. Oh, I should keep it in there. Hmm. This. I need heavy breathing because I don't want to use mine. Man. Alright, let's go stand here. Why is that weird? Why is this even weirder? Okay, and then then I'll go back. I shouldn't have it in here, I think. Yeah, it's weird. The content, Halloween candy. Alright, there you go. And then if I just scoot the rest of this over. Okay, then I think that's where I start adding in the banana thing. Actually, I think this one goes here. And then we're gonna rotate it the other way. I want to do things here. Actually, I don't know if this is, like, necessary almost. I just want to put this, like, bigger in my face. Actually, I would do it like here. And then when I crunch into it, I'd make it like super small and put it in my mouth. And then just take it away. What? No, it's over. Why are you being weird? Scoot over? What the fuck? I'm gonna scoot all these. Why won't you let me scoot it? Do that. Let's. I'm being romantic, I'll hit it from the back just so you don't get attached. Eat banana. Maybe eat banana. And then, what's the cropping of it? 74 to 65. 74 to 56. Yes. And then we have the lady drinking smoothie. Crop, apply, 13. I like this video, but it's not showing the part that I wanted to show. Half, okay. Let's do this one. I don't know if that part's necessary, bro. Like, if I just did this section in your body. Yeah, I say next time try to eat 1,000,000 bananas in one sitting. Which would imply that I would have to eat a lot of bananas, so I don't think I need to put in the other part of, like, it's so minuscule. Who wants to eat something radioactive? How was the Gouda? It was good. It was Gouda. There's no, like, one slice of it left. What? Nice. So this one would go here. I have a thought bubble for this? Oh, it's different. Just say presents. Also, like, I know in my head that Dutch is basically the apoded child of English and German, but that question is almost different from English. What? That was valid. It was pretty close. I mean, as someone who didn't know, I say yeah. Adopted child of English. Yeah, no, that's valid. And then this guy. And this guy needs to become like this big. And from here to here. And this becomes super tiny. And gets moved over here. So now I should go. And check. Oh, I need a radioactive symbol. I'll do that after. Dutch is such a funny language. Imagine a power plant melting down and all you have to say, we've been in problem. I don't know if I said that right, but that's valid. Mein Gott! What is this? Not cut? What? What? What's happening? What happened to my clip? Oh. What? Oh, I see. I didn't delete the, okay. The fuck? Oh, it's this section that I need to screw. Okie dokie. Hog. Okay. Looks like. And then this can go here. And then I'd like to have the spiral thing happen again. So spiral. Let's do this. Spiral. Faster. It's not bad. I say it's not bad. Cool. I would just scoot it over a bit. And then... so then we do, like... this U. And then a million bananas. I don't know how I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna try my best. And then poof. So I think I need like a mountain of bananas is my thing right now. So let's do that. And start scooting these guys in. And then I do it again. Again. Save that, save. And 3. This guy and this guy. And 1 million bananas. I don't want to do it like this. Like this. Just move it out of the way. I'll put a little sign. So I'm gonna switch. Just do it like this. think this needs to be a lot faster. Ooh, fuck, okay. I have an idea. This. Four. Actually, do 2 at a time? Yes. Export 5. And then, yeah. Bananas. Yep, bananas. And then take. I think I did that wrong. Need apply. Wait, I did that wrong. Hello. Yes, it's right there. That's her little, like, piles. What does that mean? Oh, poor baby. Poor baby. This was wrong. Poor baby. This one, this one. So it'd be. Probably be like this. So it'd be like. Cool. I'll do the crunch sound effects over here. Sound effect on the crunch. Right now it has to go here. And then I want the punch sound effect, I think. Well, M-N-O-P. Punch. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, B, C, D, E, F. Cool. There's no ones there. Delete empty tracks. So it goes. I kind of want to put like something in here, like a sound effect. I like heard a sound effect in my brain, and I was like, "What the fuck?" Air whoosh. Guys, I've been editing for so long now that I just hear the sound effects I want in my head. And I just go get them. Cool. So I have to put a cool. I'm just gonna put this one. Addition. Okay. I kind of want to change it a bit, like, okay, so I want to do, like, I have to go to Canva. I have to do a few things in Canva. See all. Let's do that. Excited. And then so I'd be like excited, and then excited. So I want to do. I have to visualize this as I do this. My brain is getting confused. Determine. I could be spooked, scared. There we go. Share. Shook. And then we do this one here. This one, copy and paste position. And then instead of. So I'm working art stuff. You are totally fine. Please enjoy your art stuff. Do not worry about me. I am hogging. I am fine. I'm just working on stuff too. So. You know, this is how it would be like if we were like coworkers and stuff, you know. You would be working on stuff, I would be working on stuff, and you know how it is. Don't worry about me. I am vibing. Study. headband. And then so let's do this needs to go here. Like this one. And then we add this girl. Fine. Oh shit, did I fuck with the cowboy? I already fucked with the cowboy. Here. Here. I can't undress for a new person all over again. Someone else's man, every time it's yours instead. You're the man. Where's the alert noise? Alert. Cool. That works pretty good. That works pretty good. I don't really like how I position this. Would it be better to position this like this? Ooh, okay. That's not bad, chat. It's not bad. I want that weird banana video, I think. I want the weird banana video. Open a new tab. Oh, I also need a radiation symbol. Fuck. Okay. Eating banana. Eat banana. Videos. Where's the weird one? Where is that? Here it is. Here's the weird guy. Radio active. If this works, I'll need something fancy. Current page download. Some bitch. Oh boss. Radiation. Blah 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 blah. Radioactive isotope. I will have that. Hot wobble. Oh fuck. Pleasure. Okay, and then what else did I download? Oh right, the video. Apply, retain. Then I want the vlog bitch. Cool. Oh, go in here. Fog. Is identify. It's all burden for my head. Just remembered something I want to try. I have both? I have one. I got one. Alright. Look in my eyes. Look in my heart. Just it isn't us right now. Let's pray I come. So forgettable. Oops. Oh, I just remembered there's something else that I wanted to try today. Yeah, I could try it. It's gonna be a lot harder than everything else I did today, but that's okay. New Reaper yep. I love. Oh, this is bad. I'm also gonna try to make custom repo models, or at the custom repo cosmetics today. A bit last minute, but that's okay. Nowhere to go, though I lay here. Excited to all play tomorrow? Me too. Me too. I looked up. I love. I wonder if I could, like... So I don't think I've done this yet, but I think it'd be cute. If, like, this was, like, the muted. So I've never touched the game, but I'd buy one. Hell yeah. Aren't they cute? Home tonight, and stay with me inside. Nice.
Wee Wee's hair tickles my second chin.
Your second chin? So cute. I'm glad you like it. I had this idea a while ago. I did it for Boffy, and then I did it for Body, then I did it for Boffy, and then I did it for myself. I wish I did you. I don't know where the other ones went, though. Oh. I just put in repo? Because I have repo bots. I just never... I don't know where they are. I don't know where the one I made for Boffy is. Pika repo. Repo-boo, if you will. Oh, I like that. Repo-boo. Repo-boo? Pika repo? Repo-boo? Repo-boo? I don't know where mine went. I also don't know where Boffy's went. I will find them though, because I want to make Nope. Peekaboo. No. I don't know where I put them. I know I have them. I don't know where I put them though. Where the fuck did I put Bonfy? Probably named it Bonfy. Cool. Repo? So did I. Okay, I don't know where I put them. I'll just make new ones. Doesn't matter to me. Make new ones. I probably should just do 3 separate heads, actually. That's how I should do it. This way, center. And this is the reference. And this is muted head. And then this one is mute. This is talking head. And then just the normal head. It's a repo Russian nesting doll. Yeah, kind of. Kind of looks that way, don't it? Alright, there we go. This is for the muted head. Repo boo piece. These. I'll get mine. These two. I already put in, but you have Pog. Poggers. Okay, so this is just a normal head. Take a break. Fuck. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. Alright. We play. What are we gonna do? I don't know what to do to take a break. We can play some Tetris. Okay, there you go. Good old Tetris. It's too late. I'm gonna be a nerd at Tetris. I want to upgrade in repo that is like crouching but taller so you can see higher places. So, like, jumping? Confusion? Grow big tall? I don't think the game would be ready for something like that. Because I feel like we're a height for a specific reason. But we have, like, all the jump upgrades. So it's like, you know, almost same diff. Already fucking need up, yo. Just extend midsection instead of strength. I feel like the jump would just be better, to be honest. But I guess, like, if you want to hold it, it's like a jump, but you're holding it. I guess. I mean, there's a flutter one now. There's the flutter upgrade now. Just kind of like that. Makes you a bit taller for a little while. Think about it. Ooh. Nice. I hope you get to. Ooh, I fucked that one up. Chat, no, I bugged it. That's fine, I'll fix it. Ooh. Fries, I don't want cubes. I literally want anything other than cubes at this point. This one also kind of sucks. No! No! Wait, I can do this. Yes! Again. Be pretty cool if I could get. Oh shit, I got long piece. This road, kill neighbor's kids. Sheltered out to space. Hi, Moira! Did you get a good brushing? You look so pretty. Okay, bye. I just wanted to hug you. She's like, no, you may gaze upon my cuteness, but that shall be all. It's like, damn, okay. Mom and dad. I'm super what about that there, but I don't know if I really have a choice.
Watch your profanity.
Watch your profanities. Okay, good, valid, but also fuck you. I watch as a nuke explode and kill the neighbor's kids. Shoot out to space, send from their ships. Oh, prudiness. Oh, I found a spot. No. Ooh, I did not put a good spot for me to do that one. Oh shit. There you go. Bruh. Oh. Maybe I can fix it. Oh, I fucked up. And I'm panicking. No. I fucked it. I fucked it, chat. I motherfucking fucked it. Oh fuck. Fuck. Okay. It looks so ugly. I fucked it up. I don't know. Yeah, listen. Sure. Yeah, okay. And then this one. This one. This can go here. This can go here. Oh, the break is over. Okay, I'm almost done with this. Let's do it like this. I don't know. Alright. Alright, now we can do this again. So full of us all. Full of us all. Actually, I feel like I could scoot this down more. so alone. That look right. Yeah, this one. This one. Ah, my face itches. That was an undeniable urge to itch. I think we go lower. Thank you. I have been given a tough ball. I'll just pick this up. There you go. Wow, so she won't come to give her. I want snuggles too, Moira. My big baby. My big baby, you're not going anywhere, big baby. You're mine now. What's up? Should it? Okay, so then let's put a fan on it. It was cooler in your office earlier, and I was like, I want cool. Okay, love you, bye. Stream assets. Nope. Save. Alright. Fuji time. Like music to my ears. Choose. I did it wrong. No, I didn't actually. For once, I didn't do it wrong. Pog. Okay. Now I kind of want to try how to figure out how to customize. This will be interesting. All right, we're gonna try this. How to use, how to add models. Set up Unity 22.3. Recommend the game built-in render pipeline. Please pay attention to the corresponding model materials. Important Morehead assets. Unity. Okay. So I did download this version of Unity. Humans. Models compatible and Unity probably rigged if animating. Put your model drag if they're avatar. How do I make sure it's rigged? That's my main question. project. Wait, what version? 22.3. I'm gonna try to make custom repo things. What does the star mean? What does this star mean? Does they specify the... It says 22.3, but there's 22.3.6, but there's 22.3.24. They don't specify. Okay, no. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess I'll do this one. Is it the 3D built-in from the right line? Pipeline to the corresponding materials. This will be repo. And go to our projects. We're gonna do new repo. I'm gonna put this here. Create project. Thank you for that, pants. You need my head pap recharge. Recharge? What do you mean recharge?
I love stealing.
Stealing? I love taking things. Make sure your model is compatible with Unity and proper rig if animated. I think it doesn't need to be rigged because I am just gonna do like, I think my horns, my ears, and stuff. But we'll see. Petting animals boost dopamine. Valid. This is true. I kissed my cat and now I'm vibing. If you knew, I will. The trial by fire first. Meow. I don't think it'll be too hard. I just need to get the model. And I can start on it. And now that they were right there. I would like to do my bow as well, I think. Anybody know? Everybody want nothing from me now. This is the part that takes the longest. Is it fucking loading? I finished everything in here for today. Did I? I don't remember doing the subtitles. I remember doing the subtitles. 'Cause I'm here, they wonder what you. Don't wanna lie here, but you could learn to. I can change the way that you see yourself. I didn't. Haha. Fuck. That's color generating. Still loading. Cool. I'll just start. Because it's gonna be that hard. What they say for ghost. What they say instead. Bevel this. And then aside from dinner and family time, how was dinner and family time? You have good dinner and family time? Yeah, it's pretty stubby. I like it. I think. Yeah, it was good, the food, and my brother, on the other hand, that's valid. Always gotta give them the patience. Yippee! Do like one. Okay. Workspace, scripts, comp, snap captions, text-based generate. I think I can just drag and drop it, I think, is how this can work, is if I just drag and drop this. Import. We modeling a dildo? No. It's not even how dildos work. Those don't even look like that. Now you can keep guessing until you figure it out. He's so far away. See? There you go. Bro, I've seen dildos of every shape. Well, maybe you just need to get your brain out of the gutter then, buddy. Alright, and then what thing? How did I close my Pura? Open recent to do. Did you know is 8. Actually, I want to keep it where it is. Position of home. Works for me. Just know that I've always wanted to eat something radioactive. Well, actually, I have been so confused. Specifically, if you've ever eaten, swallowed, or consumed in any other fashion, manner, then likely you have ADV traces of radiation in your body. This is due to the specific presence of potassium-40, which is a radioactive isotope. So the next time you try cosplaying a wolf in Fallout, you can try to eat 1,000,000 bananas in one sitting, and then blam. Striking image of Fallout perfection. Cool. Cool. Alright, that's done. Alright, I need the model. Where is it? Rig. That is the rig. I just need the body. Can I export it? Are these literally just materials? No, it looks like... Properties. In the project, I'm going to record the prefab asset and convert. Right click. I don't see the word convert. Create. Delete. Rename. They really don't want you to export this, huh? Really? Editor. Asset bundle. Oh no! No. Get away from me. I don't want to... use? Let me see. Okay, I'm driving back in here. Can I not? Actually, idea. Meshes. I don't know if this will work. It probably won't work, but it's the repo bot. Yes, the repo bot has seen shit. Head meshes. Can I export these ones? I don't understand. It says I can export, resulting in the project window. Right click on the previous asset to convert. Select convert. I'm so confused. Name object component. I mean, it's fine. I can just make them myself and then go from there. What do their textures look like? Oh, they do it in a great way. Okay, cool. This is the horn. And then I need my ear. Light my fire. I'm gonna delete this just so I can see how this is going. Delete this bottom half as well. The community. On and on and on and on. There we go. And then I'm just going to smooth it, I think. Yeah. And then... Oops. And then just flatten it. Oh, you're making a repo asset. Yes. Yes, I am. I just cut the fuck out of my... Are you okay? Oh my god, are you okay? Do you need medical attention? If so, you can't... There's none here. Go to the hospital. I can give you emotional attention, but that's about it, to be honest.
We could rule them like gods.
Gods.
Angry gods.
Gods. I wanna be here. I just made my mom dress it because she's a nurse. Pog. Nice. Sings like a bitch now, though. That's valid. That's valid. I would probably be concerned if it didn't sting, to be honest. think this needs to actually be rotated this way. Actually, you know what? Let's bring this side out. Just like you. I don't think I'm gonna make it like super detailed or anything like that. I just want something simple. Yeah, I think that's fine for the ear. And then, so I'd probably just make it one head item, to be honest. So that this is going to be combined. Oh wait, no, undo that. Ew. So one more time. I don't like that. It's just a bit. It's fine. That's fine. And then this is ear. And then I kind of want to do like my accessories, but I don't know if they'll fit, but I'd rather have them than not have them. Like have them and then be like, okay, cool, I have them, then be like, oh shit, like I wish I would have added them later. So do this first. I was about to say it feels like I stabbed myself, but that is what I did. And then I mean, that's valid. Ah, I stubbed my toe. It feels like I stubbed my toe. I like that. It's funny. I don't like that. I think I can do like this, can I? I'll do the lazy way. Ooh. Level 2. Nice. This one, this one. This one. This one's too far out. This one's too far out. Delete these guys. Oops. That's not how that's supposed to work. This guy. Oops. username phone. There we go. Thank you for the luck, Odie. Sorry, I just realized I've been quiet this whole time. I was like thinking in my head this entire time, so I didn't mean to be quiet. I apologize.
That's my purse! I don't know you!
That's my purse. I don't know you. I can't wait for the next King of the Hill to come out. Honestly, I should watch the original King of the Hill. It's not like I really watched that either, so. I remember like growing up around it, but I never personally watched it. Yeah, I think I like that. Alright, combine. Hair clip. Actually, because of how I think this is gonna work, we're going to do this a little differently. Heart. And then I want my bow. I want my bow. Oops. Offset. Let's do it this way. I don't like how this works. Oops. Oops. I'm gonna cut this in half. I want to split this. Give me alright. Okay. Oh, why is this not straight? Very carefully. Very carefully. Nice. But then let's do it here. Okay. Let's do it like this. Okay, cool. Here. I don't know if I want that one. I know I do, I just... It's just so weird. Trying to get rid of me. Okay. I know what the most fucked up thing about it. What about your hand? What's up? What is up, my friend? What the fuck? I didn't even need the knife? Damn. Well, lesson learned. Maybe when you don't need the knife, you don't need the knife. Oh, shit, what the fuck is happening here? There you go. That's inside the painting. Though, now I'm curious, Vex, are you, like, the cook of your family? Like, do you cook, like, most of the meals and stuff in your family? Like, curious. Feel free not to answer if you don't want to, though, but I was just curious. No, my dad is? Huh. Nah, I just need to be smarter when sharpening, them. This is, like, the third time. That's valid. Actually, this is smaller. This is still weird. I don't like it. He went into the CIA and now works at the Ritz. At the Ritz? That's cool. Wait, are you allowed to divulge this information? Am I about to get murdered from the government because you told me this? Vexed. 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 Vexed, am I about to get murdered by the government now? Tell me the truth. And the whole truth. Am I about to get a bang on my door that says FBI open up? Hmm? Hmm? Oh! Good lord, you did that on purpose. You did that on purpose. He ain't no Fed boy. Well, he could have been. He could have been. I don't know your dad like that. Tell you jokes if the concept I tell you though not iconic. You are just like them all. Tell you jokes if that's so cool though. Also, the CIA doesn't knock. I don't know what they fucking do, man. I just don't want to die. You know? Oh, yay! Putting on the Ritz. I love the song. I want to keep it like this. Yeah, that's cute. Yeah. Hi V! How was Roblox? Did you have fun? I hope you did. Welcome on in, Raiders. If you don't know me, which you should by now, my name is Lane, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I am the VTuber of Whiplash, so have fun, fuck around, and find out. But I hope you had a great time with Roblox. I was playing a Roblox game that was based on Schedule 1. That's amazing. It's about time. I'm not surprised. You know? Shit. I'm trying to make custom repo things. And it's going. Though, I will say, I do like that intro that I just made. I had to make snacks, chips. Oh, interesting. So instead of you making drugs, you make snacks. Interesting. It's very interesting. I got caught by the popo. Damn. Snacks be too good. The government can't be having such good snackies. Thank you for the whackers wonkers. I don't know how much I'm gonna care about like this middle bit being like in and stuff, but I'll do it anyway. It's like a little butterfly. This is not how my bow looks. I think that's okay though. Oh no, my wife! I'm so sorry. I didn't even notice. My wife. My wife, no. We'll lose brain cells. No, no, my wife, no. No, my poor wife. No, stop. No. Okay, I'm moving my wife. Go right here. I have to move the mini down. Okay. I have to sacrifice for my wife. Wait. There you go. Oh, I save you. I save you. It'll be okay. Better spot. Yeah, there you go. Blue in order to not to go. Motion sits. Putting on grids. Putting on grids. I can hear you smiling. Cute. Is that better? I think it's pretty okay. Like $1 million rhubarb. Not to look like it. Double flotation, exactly. I'm gonna lurkies and do some Honkai Star Rail, but have a good stream. Thank you! Thank you for the raid again. Have fun in Honkai Star Rail. Oops. Non-Ritz. Non-Ritz. I don't know how hard I would want to go in the paint with this, but we'll find out. Fuck. Should I just turn this way? And we harden. And now I decide whether I want to do this or not, which I might. Stab it. I guess I just don't like how not smooth this is. I feel like we could do without every other line in this one. This. I think these. No. I wanna play VR, but my hand. Oh, I'm so sorry. Maybe you can try to play it, but like super gently. You know? Will this be a problem? We'll find out. Ew! Ew, what's happening? Ew! Ew, why is there wet walking noises? Is that from the song? Does the song have wet walking noises? That's gross. That's gross. Why would they do that? Why do they need to do that? That was not necessary. What the fuck? That was not necessary. My goodness. I kind of want to make it like, not so sharp. Or is it what it's like for poor people Why is it wet though? It didn't need to be wet. They know that, right? It didn't need to be wet. Oh my god. Nice. Erica's wet, I guess. IDK I've never been before. Valid. Oh fuck. No. 2, 3. Nope. I am okay with this. I don't really like this center bit though. Every time. Oh, that does work. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wait. I'm gonna combine, and this is gonna be bow. Alright, I think that's everything I'd want. Actually, no, it's not. I need very simple tufts at the bottom. I'm still standing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't wanna. This one here. This one here. Now it'll be more smooth. Do you want to make it like that? this. This guy. I have to fix this. This shouldn't exist. Fuck, I did a lot. Hell yeah, Quetz, I'm proud of you. Good job. I hope at least it feels a bit rewarding. Actually, better? That does it better. What the heck? Oh, I forgot. This does a weird thing. There you go. Now I have to look how repo bots are. Okay, it's a super simple thing, so I think I could just put solid colors on it, and it'll be fine. Okay, cool. Whoa. Okay, I think that's everything that I want. I want this to be a little shorter, though. Yeah, I think I do. And then... I think that's a good. DM using it? Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. I got you, Quetz. Whoa! Look at you being so organized. Look at you. Great job, Quetz. I'm so proud of you. You're doing so good. Hell yeah. I'm proud of you, Quetz. I'm so proud. You should get yourself something nice to eat. Treat yourself. Okay, so UV editor. UV automatic. Nope, camera based. Camera based. And I will put it here. Here. So a lot of stuff, but consolidated. No, I'm really proud of you. It can be a lot to do that. So I'm very proud. You're doing great, Quetz. Oh, unfold, optimize, unfold. Let me show layout. Cool. And I want all these to be UV. Oh wait, these should be smaller. Wait. There you go. And then the horn should be a lot smaller. Yeah. UV camera based. Sure. UV camera based. This, I don't really know how I want to do it. I think I'll just keep it, I guess, like that. Show. Optimize. UV planar. Oh no. Camera based. Based. Edge. Oh. Thank you for the song request. Okay. Well, these all have to go. Yeah. There you go. File, save project as our projects repo. Oh, I made these a lot bigger than I thought I would. It's okay. Think. Actually, you know what? Let's scale these down. Yeah, I think that's about the size of stuff. I feel like this would be smaller. I got you, Quest. Just give me 10 seconds. This needs to go here. This one. Reset. Reset. Of course, Quest. I got you. Okay. Wrong version. Which one has the wrong version, Quest? Because it looks like it added the right songs. The one playing. Oh, okay. Gotcha. There you go. Actually. One. Here. Oops. Here. One. Arts. Oh, okay. Of course. Alright. How the fuck are we supposed to do this? Import the model and drag player avatar to make sure your model is compatible with Unity and properly animated. Follow the following parts in player avatar where the model is placed. Okay, so head. Okay, head. Okay, so... Okay, so we're adding... Repo. We're adding all of these into here. Okay. 0, 0, 0. Oh, should these be a lot bigger? They should be. I made them so tiny. Oh my god. Ear. Copy. These are so tiny. Okay. And then let's make it. Oops. Negative. 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 Rotate it the other way. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. This way, this way. Let's do the front view. I think that's not even. Damn, I was 100% that it was just a fucking DoorDash there. I was not about to actually talk to someone. What happened? What was it? Was someone from the first floor talking about the people on the second floor? Like, they came to talk to us about it? What? Like, I am in much confusion. Tom. I think the horns look kind of, the ears look kind of crooked. Is he like the problem lady on the first floor sent this person who lives with them, IDK their kid or something, to ask one of us to come down and help them get a recording of the shit on the second floor? I guess it's just a witness or something. Oh, okay. Is it dealt with? Are you actively out there? Are you actively out there? Right now? Are you actively out there right now? Figuring out what to do? Oh, fuck. Hi. Oh, I thought you came back, but I thought you left again. How do you think this looks? Come look at my repo bot. I can't fucking tell if the placement's symmetrical, though, because I can't see the mesh lines. Not symmetrical.
Turn them on.
How?
This is new. The UI is different.
Yeah, this was 2022.
Yeah. It's in one of these. That's probably gimbal, if I had to guess. Suction wire.
It's really hard to see. So we just need to go back. Fuck it, is there any way for me to just do... hold on.
Yeah. Fucking take the transforms. Well, yeah. Just assuming that you brought them in center, select the singular object. Take the transforms and cut them. So, like...
The position?
Yeah, just apply a negative. So that one would become... Well, so you don't want to change the height. It would just be you did too many. It's just the x-axis.
Oh.
And make sure that it's rolled.
How do I make it roll? Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, just copy that, duplicate it, and flip it.
So negative.
Yeah, you want to change the line, yeah.
Just a Z?
Wait, is everything centered? Is he on the origin, or is he off in fucking on that side?
I don't know.
So select your main guy. Oh yeah, he's not centered.
Can I don't know if... Oh. So I can center this? Because there's things in here that says don't move. But I'm guessing don't move this from its location. I'm guessing is that what
I think as long as you're selecting the main object, the main prefab, and not the individual things, you should be fine. Yeah, centering the main prefab will be fine. Don't move the stuff inside.
Aye, Captain.
If centering the main prefab breaks something, it's a miracle this game is something ever reflected.
Well, this is a mod. This is a mod loader. This is not something that was made by... Okay, so just this one.
Nope.
No?
X.
Oh my god, you said not X.
No, I said just X. So that... Yeah. The other way.
There you go. So it's XZX. So this one would be negative, positive. Ooh. I think. Where the fuck does it still look off? I guess it's even. I think it's because the perspective warp.
Yeah, I think you're a little too close.
Does this look like my VTuber, chat? Do you think this looks like my VTuber?
They're a bit small.
A bit.
Compared to VTuber.
Like that?
Yeah. It's like your ears are like half the size of your head. Which I think is appropriate for how we go. Got it?
I think so.
Nothing.
I need this to look good. The fuck? I really hope this is as easy as the steps say.
What did the steps say?
The steps say download, import, put in correct folders, create empty object under target. Wait. Oh, create empty object, put model inside of object, then put inside of this guy, and then export it, and then put it in the mod folder, and it should work.
That seems pretty kosher. Don't see any problems there.
How's this
Aside from
thing?
user error and it being a mod, so who knows?
I decided to do this last weekend. I told Miu, I was like, I'm gonna make my own repo bot. And then today I remembered that tomorrow I'm doing repo.
Yes, you are.
And then I was like, fuck. Make my friend smaller. What? Love you! Bye! What? Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. What? Yes! My balls are hanging low! I got low balls. I have been low
What's
balled.
the temperature gone up in here, but down everywhere else?
Because I'm streaming and my cat's suffocating my PC. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to touch it back. Can you close the window?
It's very nice everywhere else, but it's not warm.
I know. I radiate sexy, so
It's true.
don't leave me alone. Don't talk to me.
You said it.
I regret saying it. Chat. It's true. You don't even know me. You don't. I bet you're sexy. Me though, I'm just a little hamster. I'm just a little guy. All right. Okay. Ear. Clip it. Don't flip 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 it. Don't you clip it. Don't flip it. I'm trying to do shit. Don't flip it. Don't clip it. I'm trying to be a mad genius right now. I can't. Oh fuck! Why is this not? Please. Hashtag I was here. Fucking what the fuck. I was like, I'll prove it, and I was gonna send Miu like a selfie, but then I realized I have no recent selfies. No. I was here. I was more here? You guys are silly. Well, you could take pictures at any time. I don't want to. I'm sweaty. I'm glistening with sweat. having a non-sexy time because I'm sweating my balls off. Stop. I was stabbed out. Wait, I was tabbed out. Oh my god, I thought that said I was stabbed out. I was like, when did you get stabbed? When did you get stabbed? Why are you being stabbed? I don't think I have enough room for my hairpins. Oh my god, I made these so small. Pixels, is there snapping to vertices in this at all, or is that does not exist in Unity? Magnet no on. Magnet no worky. I'll be stabbing my wife later if you know what I mean. Kiwi, that's crazy! Oh! Wink? Wink? Don't tell the missus! Wink. That's cool. Doesn't matter. It's not very bad. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine, boy.
And they changed all the buttons. It looks weird.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just such a new version.
It's only 2 years out of date instead of 5. What I'm used to.
Yeah, understand.
3 years.
I don't think I really have room for this, do I?
The long answer is yes, there is. It's really changing.
Okay, well, what about the other one? I asked another question. I don't have room for this, do I?
What do you mean?
This.
Why don't you?
I don't know. It just kind of looks kind of jank.
Oh.
Those are my hairpins.
It's up to you. I think it looks fine in the grand scheme of what you're going for.
Yeah, but does it look better with or without? Wait, Chonko Mode doesn't have it, right? Chonko Mode does. Chonko Mode does. Fuck. Yeah, it does. Okay, I have to have it.
It does.
Oops. I had the wrong one selected. Oh, fuck. I hope me scaling this doesn't affect anything. So if I find out that it does, I'm going to punch someone in the face. Go. Okay, so now don't forget your glasses. Ooh, I don't normally wear glasses, so it's okay. Put your model into the player avatar. Follow the following parts, and the models will be placed. Create an empty object under the target. Create empty. Elaine. Head. Okay. And refer to as A and name it. Light that shit up. Who put the weed in the coconut? This name will be displayed as your decoration. Okay, so Elaine. Maincoow head. Okay. Drag A to the project window to create a prefab. To the
You disrespect me.
You disrespect me.
Family. You call us
stinky poopy babies.
You punched my wife. You kicked my baby. You kicked my fucking baby.
Wait.
You ate our dog. You ate our house.
So okay, so I think I need to put these in here now, right? And that goes like that, and then and then I need to drag the prefab, right? Delete, and then make the prefab. So now we have the prefab. Cool. Drag A to the project window to create a video. Run tools, head decorations builder. Drag a prefab or more batch export is supported in the script panel and select corresponding parts from step 3. Then click. Wait. I don't know if I did this right. Let's also model this one on the maincoow head. Parent object head. Make sure the selected hit value is where you place there. To click build all, then locate your designated HHH file. Build all asset bundles. I have to go pee! I need to go pee, but I want to see if this worked! Move the HH files to Bepin EX, the game will be loaded. Okay, so now I gotta find R2 Modman. Because I prefer R2 Modman over Thunderstore. Select game. The lanes pack. Select profile. Open file. Settings. This one. Close. Yahoo. Repo, leave the client, repo. Profiles, a lane pack. Bepin EX. Bepin EX, plugins. And then you can place it in more head decorations. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. More head decorations. More players. More head plus. Where is it? Where LM? Cosmetics, head dropper, valuables, bank cosmetics, even more hats, more item shops. Bro, I gotta go to the bathroom! Is it this one? More head. Yes, more head decorations. Hog? Hoggy? Okay. Asset bundles? Maincoow head. Okay. I think I just dragged this in. Okay, I gotta go bathroom. Be right back.
Chad, hold my wheelie, I gotta take a big ol' dumpy.
I'm back. Can someone please pass me one? You can have some. I have plenty of appy juices and cookies to share. So if you want one, dude, you're good. You can have one. No, you can't read them. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I didn't see anything. Hi, I'm back. I wonder what happened while I was gone. Nothing happened while I was gone, right, guys? Okay. What is the thing now? Move the HHH file into the Bepits plugin. Start the game and enjoy. Okay. Start modded. Absolutely not. Understandable. Aye, aye, Captain. I didn't see shit. Dumpy. BLT took a dumpy. You can know that. Okay. Did you have a good dumpy, BLT? Did you have a good dumpy? Did you have a good dumpy, little guy? I don't even know if mine just loaded in there. It just went past the M, so I'm gonna hope so. Oh, wait, now it's going back to the A's. Let's look at the repo mods, shall we? Oh, I want to take out the Roblox stuff. Because they're so unwieldy. I like them, but they're so unwieldy. And the landmine, I'm taking that off too. Uninstall. Pokeballs are fine. What are the Roblox things? You need and on and on and on and on. Uninstall. Items. Silly valuables? Lucky one. Is it cool? Download. Okay. Host game, yeah. Yeah. Funny mod, Pocket Card Plus. New day. Oh, there's a Twitch mod. Where's mine? Yeah, gonna be just like you. Oh fuck, where is it? I don't see it in here. Maybe it didn't look all. Did I not do it right? Move to HH Moorhead decorations. I'm not sure where to put it. You can place it in Moorhead decorations. I don't see it. Maincoow head. Wait, there it is. Oh, wait. do I reset this one? Clear all. Yay! Yay! It worked! I just need a texture run! Look! No, let me fucking beat myself. Hey! Look, it's in the game! Oh my god, I'm so happy. Yes! Yay! Yippee! Yippee! Now the only thing I need to do is texture them. So I'm gonna place the other one as well. And then I'm going to texture them. 0, 0, 0. Yippee! Put it on the body, actually. Yippee! Oh my, I'm so happy! I've never been able to do this before. Okay, wait, what's the difference between neck and body? Neck is neck. I'd put it on the body. So create empty maincoow bow. And I'd put this in here, and then I'd drag this in here. Yippee! Okay, save. I'm just gonna save this for now. And then, well, obviously, chat, we have to go ahead and start making us, right? Like, we have to look at, we have to make ourselves fully now. Accessories. Where's the, is it in the hip? Actually, I think it's in the hip. I'm looking at tails. Tails. Not this one. Not that one. I do like the dog tail a lot because it's so much thicker. So I think I'll go with the dog tail. And then I don't know what else I want. I know I like the hard times backpack though. CDF. Where's it? Did they change it? Clothing, Chikawa. Chikawa bag, clothing, lab coat. Where is it? Or is it called Better Times? I forgot what it's called. Okay, it's right. Cowbell, fireflies, Tougher Times backpack. I also want the fireflies. I think I have fireflies. Yippee! And then oh, and then the teeth. Does one have all the teeth? Ah, it doesn't. Okay. Wait, it does. Ah. Okay, wait. Then I want to do it on. I just do it on this one. For maincoow head. And then I just will remove the Hatsune Miku head. Vampire teeth. Uncle Yeehaw Whiz Biz. Predator, Transformer, Sailor Moon, VOD, Transformer, Cat's hair. Miku hair. I'll just do clear all Miku hair. Okay. And then where the fuck did this headset come from? Vampire teeth. Cats. There you go. And then I like the blushy. It's a thorn crown. Oh shit, I have actual thorn crown. A small top hat. That's cute. Did I see Hatsune Miku? Yeah, Hatsune Miku maincoow. I just have a Hatsune Miku set because I like Hatsune Miku. Okay, so and that and the neck. Yeah, because I don't really want it to clip. Primitive teeth is good. And then I'll have my bow. And I don't think I want anything else. Yeah. Okay. Alright. She save. That's like that now. I need to post something in the... I'll do it in a second, actually. Mew, also, if you need me to walk you through how to do the mods, I can also do that on stream, since we're here. I am going to just separate these so I can see what I'm doing. X and hearts. Alright, and these guys will all get the same, which is going to be main head. This will be main bow. And then we'll export, and this will be texture set. We're saving it, and then we're gonna open Substance Painter, and we're just gonna do super simple colors. I don't wanna do super complex colors because Repo is simple and fun, and I think it would be silly to go too extreme with it. Let's see, materials. Avatar. This is the crown one. Normal emission. Fresnel power. Okay. So I'm just gonna see meshes crown 0 0 so 0. I just want to see how this looks with the texture on it. Okay. Close. I'll open new. Yeah, file new, select our projects. We go. Cool. Everything like this. The main bow. I'm just gonna color pick from my screen, I think. That's my plan. There we go, and then we want roughness, and then we have another one. That color, black mask. This one. Roughness and metallic. Do these have metallics? Base texture, metallic, no, it doesn't matter. And then I want to do an add paint. No, add fill. 20%. Doing this kind of lazily because I can. Repeat. Spacing, hardness, that's fine, I can just do it right here. That's inside the page. There we go. Add another piece. Let's find it like that. And then go here. Oops. There we go. Hey, now it's my bow. I want to bake against self, actually. Let's do ambient occlusion pass. I forgot to do this. Bake. I wonder what size the texture is on. It is 512 by 512. That's crazy. Bow is done. Wanna you just like that moon. Ooh. Oops. Screen. Actually. Does that do anything? Oh, this was the wrong one. That's fine. Okay. No, that was the right one. What's that not? There you go. Take this one, take this one. Then just switch. Oops. Alrighty. Not that. Let's do these ones. And then our projects. Textures. Alrighty, then go back here to our projects. This materials, we're just gonna copy paste this guy. This is going to be changed. Name to name it to rainbow. Textures. Rainbow, add components. Can I just go? Doing great. Thank you. Might not be able to make it shiny, but I think that's okay. This one. I'm gonna rename this main head. And this is gonna go here. And then we go here, and then we go to textures. And then we're just gonna change this to this. And say as I did something wrong. No, did it fine. Cool. Emission color can be white. This emission color maybe blue, honestly. There you go. And now, if I go to, I think I have to relaunch repo. Go to tools, head, decoration builders, game objects. Let me delete this. Yes. Hog. Add body. Okie dokie. So now. Oh. People reimagined. For by don't look at those. Another streamer who is watching news and his stream go perfectly censored a chatter. Oh fuck yeah! Thank God. That's scary. Repo gambling. Repo gambling. Repo gambling. Gamba. 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 Item bundles. I think I like what we have. Okay. So settings. Open folder. Go to repo. Profiles. Lane pack. Gamba Gamba. Plugin. Cosmetics. Where is it? And I mimics. This one, YMC. More head, decorations. Edit these guys. Place. And now if I start modded. Hopefully this will work. It should work? Because it was built, so I think it should be okay. Art projects. Repo. Oh, repo assets. Cool. Cool. Loading. I'm gonna find out in a second if we did it or not. Yay! Oh my god. Okay, I just need the body one now. Maybe at the top. There it is. Yippee! Yay! Hey, you're joking, thank you. Hold on, I wanna play. Hold on, leave. Yes. I just wanna test how it looks in the game. Yes. hold on. I wanna clear these. Delete. Yep. Delete. Yep. 5. Yeah. 7, 5, 9. I'm gonna delete these 2 7s. Because a special one is this one. Because this is the one where we have like a bunch of stuff. Forgot how to do the thing where you can like see how you look dead, or not dead. Third person. I just want to see how I look when I crouch. Wait, well, this is not really gonna work if I can't see myself. What is this? Is that a Yu-Gi-Oh card? It's a Charizard card! Pog? I wanna try something though. Well, actually, if I go here. Wait, I wanna be on. Hee hee! Oh, what the fuck? The Duolingo bird. Fuck the Duolingo bird. Ew, ew. When it breaks, it makes the correct noise. Is there any way to see what I look like in third person? What's that? I guess I just presume that it looks okay. The fuck? The top right has something out of something left. Whoa, that's weird. Yo, Elaine. Hi, Oso. How you doing? I guess I could just go die. I could go die and then just see. I think that... Because I think when you die, it throws you into a third-person perspective for a second. Maybe like that. Kill me. Do it. Oh. Well, that didn't really work. Bobby finishing up permission before going to sleep. Nice. I'm proud. Wait, but I'm the only one. Oh, I just go into a void. I'm good. I just modded my repo character. And if anybody that I collab with tomorrow wants to do it, they could also. Okay, I'm gonna die again. And maybe it'll work. If I fall, maybe? If I fall? Oh, I don't know if this is gonna have a fall area. Oh, it's the Ice King's crown. Nice. Hello? Any spooky monsters willing to kill me? There's no place to fall off of. I need a place to fall off of. No. 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 I need something to fall off of. Give me something to fall off of, please. I post the edit on Discord when the streamer makes it public. Sounds good. I'm excited to see it. Is there a hole? Is there a hole in here I can fall down? Oh, it's too safe. I need a hole to fall into. Oh. Oh. Maybe something else could kill me? I just maybe not need to get close to it. Hello? 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 I don't know if I'm talking in the game or not. Hello? 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 Oh, it's a song. I thought there was a monster coming. Hello? I need to die. Hello? Is he the test outfit then playing solo? Yeah, pretty much. It's just like, wait! Perfect. Oh, wait, I need the money. Fuck. Okay, now I actually have to play in order to kill myself. Fuck. What the fuck is this? Is this fucking... That's fucking Lightning McQueen. Alright, fuck. Whoa, is there anything expensive in here? Parfum. How much we got? 5,000? God damn it, we're so close. Can't believe I actually have to play this just so I could die. Okay, there's loot all the way over there. I did it right over there. Oh, it's just a spear. Get the fuck out of here, asshole. Nobody likes you. Ow. Okay, well, that's just exactly. Fucking the door fell on me. I'll just go get the stuff. The fuck? I found Doritos. I think I found Doritos. Doritos! Yeah, fuck you, bitch. You can't even vomit that far. Oh, fuck. Please, I just want to get enough loot. Hi, Gore. Where the fuck is the item? I need more items because I think I fucked over the item I just had. Hey, let me out. Playing Repo, I modded my character to have my ears and my bow. I want to see how it looks in third person, but I can't test it unless I die. And the only way to die on this map right now, because there's no fucking monsters, because they're all fucking pussies, is to fucking die by the fucking thing, squishing myself. That was not so bad. Okay, hold on. I'll look at it in a second. I have to drag this fucking... Oh, fuck. I have to drag this generator back. Hold on. I forget that you can, like, do that modding yourself. Yeah, Bobby mentioned it, like, once. And I have thought about it every day since he's mentioned it. And so now I did it. This isn't worth it. I don't even think I can bring this whole thing back. Maybe I can lift it into the cart. I'm really weak though. Come on. It will be enough if I can bring this to the cart. Ow, fuck. Alright, what if I... what if I did it like this? Bring it down a little bit more. Okay, perfect. Get on it. Get on there. And I could just... Yes! Yes! I almost got it! Please. Come on. You're so close. Get in there. Yeah! I did it. I'm so fucking smart. Fuck yeah. Let's go, baby. Let's go back. Time to go kill myself! Yippee! Oh shit, I went the wrong way. Nice. I'm so fucking smart. It didn't show me the third person. It didn't fucking show me the third person.
The most significant thing you could do in your life was die.
What the fuck was that one? That was really quiet. Yeah, kill me, kill me, kill me. Come on. Come on, big guy. Come on, do it. Oh, you completely obliterated me! Ah! Either way, with you, just see what screen. Okay, cool. On my mod list, disable enable mods profiles code. Done. I need my wife's help. I need help from my wife. I quit the game? Oh my god. I didn't mean to quit the game. I just meant to go back to the main screen. Cool. Oh, right. Let me look at this. Hold on. That was crazy! Bro, that was crazy. He has a cross up in the top right. That's crazy, bro. That's what you get for being on sites that don't have... That's why you need ad blockers. Oh my god, I tapped out in the screen. Scared the fuck out of me. Holy shit. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I didn't mean to scare you. I kinda want to make Sunny stuff. I told Sunny that I'd make her stuff, too. Is this just a mod, or just like can other wears your bow tie like a laneception? If I give you the files, you can do it. If I which I will, I'll be giving everybody the files. So I would like to know. Oh wait, shit! I have to give you the files, Sonny. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna try. Okay, so you gotta add these to this folder. One sec. Hold on. He complained that he only uses that PC for streaming and the website made him turn off ad blocker. Then don't use that website. That's crazy. I would not use the website. I'd be like, what the fuck? Cause porn. Alright, so how would this work in... I think it's the same? Oh, I gotta go to Thunderstore to make sure. Because I don't use Thunderstore so that game. Set profile. Where is... browse data folder. Yeah, actually, okay. Actually, I could explain it this way. One, open, load the pack. 2, go to settings. 3, click the how do I browse? Well, I gotta close all these. Okay, I was clicking. Okay, alright, I'm sorry, I get it. Okay, click browse data folder. With the browse data folder. Go click repo. Repo to profiles. To can I spell? Profiles to Elaine's package. I don't think that's the name of the thing. Is it Elaine's package? It's Elaine's pack. Elaine's pack. Hee, I'm glad you like it, Gore. And then, oh, what? Okay, well, okay, and then you go to Elaine, and then you go to Elaine's package, and then go to Beppin EX, and to Beppin. I'm also doing this in case other people wanted it. And then you go to plugins. Okay, plugins. And then at the bottom, there should be YMC more heads. Plugins. Kiwi boards are my favorite, so I'm like, yes. Yeah, and Kiwi also wanted it to be like a little like, stuffy. Little trash boy, yeah. And then more head. And then decorations. And then you just drop those bad guys in there. 5, drop them into the settings, left side. Settings, left side. Decorations folder. Okay. I hope that made sense. I'm gonna send you the text version as well, in case I went too fast, but that should work. Hopefully. Hopefully. Street vendor store. Yeah, Kiwi did send me street vendor stuff. Let's see. I want to see something. Okay, got him in the folder. Pog. I love my wife. My wife is the best. Be you tomorrow on stream. You could. You could if you wanted to. If you wanted to. Hopefully this works. I'm like nervous it's not gonna work. But it should work. I'll be your... I'll be you with a purse. Okay, if you want. Does the invite work? I don't remember if the invite works. Yeah, okay. Okay. A group of Elaine surrounding me, like the couch. That's crazy! No! My wife! Yeah, I mean, I could do that. Shall wait. Cool. Cool, now that I know how to do it, it's like super easy. Actually. Yeah. So if I did like hog. Alright, you ready? Okay. You guys can't hear them. Okay. Did it work?
Yeah, hold on. I'll get you screenshots. Do you want it?
Okay, okay.
Do you want me to show you my screen or screenshots?
Can you screenshot it?
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay.
Thank you.
Hold on, I got it. If my screenshots will work. There we go. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Okay, if I stop doing that, hold on. It's... Oh my god. I hate my thing. I don't have a screenshot button, so I have to, like, do the different thing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and then let me get...
Thank you for testing this with me. I want to make yours next.
Okay. I'm trying to get good angles for you so you can see it all.
Well, the tail's fine. The tail's like a base thing.
Yeah. No. Like, all the angles. Alright, let me send them to you. Also, hi, chat.
And before Repo hires you, I don't think Repo's gonna hire me. They like live out in like Sweden or whatever. Most like European-based companies don't hire outside of Europe.
Oh yeah, I forgot to say them.
I look like a big baby Crouch. I look like a big old baby fucking Crouch. Yes. Okay.
You're so adorable.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna make yours now. So I'm gonna go do that.
Okay.
Thank
You're welcome. Mwah.
Mwah. All right, Pog. You guys want to see what it looks like? Hold on, let me just open link. Fucking. This is so cute. I could technically, because when I go like this, it's kind of like I'm just like trying to decide if I want to pull the bow out a bit. Wait, you're not Swedish? No, I'm not. I kind of want to pull this forward a bit. Stinky little baby, you smelling sour. Stinky little baby, you need a shower. Stinky little baby, you smell like pee and poo. Okay, so let me add a note. I want to pull the bow forward, and then I'm gonna make me use stuff. So I think for your stuff, we said coral horns, headpiece, and cause I'm a stinky little baby. Actually, how do you like format it on the model? Since you're saying it pull it forward, you just it's a 3D viewer, just like hold on, I can load it, so I have to open it. So you have to put it into Unity after you model it, and then you gotta like position it in 3D space on the model, and then you just export it. This is actually a lot easier than what? Or did I click it twice? Yeah, so see with this, all I'd have to do is I just have to, and then I think it would be okay. I might actually have to re-import this and like bring these forward as well, actually. So hold on. Vote and save. I might bring these forward just so that way when I export it. Yeah, it's not that complicated. The thing that takes the longest is just modeling. It's stupid simple, but if you don't, yeah, like if this package wasn't made by the mod creator, this would be hard as fuck. Cause I'd have to rig it, and it'd be a whole thing. But thank God, and like could add a big bolt. Stop. I could if I wanted to, but I won't. Where's my wife? There's my wife. I want to get the horns right. What is this? Wait, what is that? Oh, okay, it's not, okay. Okay, so... Okay, this is actually perfect. So, let's start with this. I'm actually gonna center this. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. It's me. It's you. It's my wife. It's crazy though, considering you, so many love repo to just yoink here and have your items. Yeah. Yeah. Care for Lane. If she sings, you'll be under her spell. I'm already under her spell. What do you mean? I love my wife. I love my wife. She got me first. What do you mean? I did ask you to marry me first. That is fair. And then, I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. This is so fun. I wonder if anybody would be, like, interested in commissioning this. And I said, yes, you did. I see you with your floaties in the boob zone. Yep. It's because she was on my head, but then people were bonking me, and then my poor wife's brain cells, you know? So many would? That's what I'm thinking. Like, maybe this is my calling. Is making repo people. I don't know how to market it, though. Let me just make a TikTok about it. This one. If you move her, Mew will bonk to go back. What? What? But I'll go crazy and I'll just make a TikTok about it right now. I might. I mean, I'm already doing it. I don't know. I'll think. I'm kind of excited about this. This is kind of fun, so that's why I'm kind of like, maybe I'll just make a TikTok about it right now. But I don't know. What is this like? Bad. Go out here with the big thing. This is true. I don't want it to be like that. I want it to be that. Go here. I softened it. This one's from here and here. Yeah, like marketing stuff with with another, like, here's the cool mod I use and my skills, want one, here's my vegan, and this community will go hard. Yeah. I mean, I might as well just at least maybe try to make a TikTok about this after I get done with Muse. And be like, does anybody watch what? I made this cool thing. Flip it. That's what I need to do. The matching PNG things I just have for fun. Let's go. Okay, I'll just say I have to see how long this takes me to do actually, because that changes how much I charge for these. I feel like just offering maybe a headpiece or ears, like you could use. Yeah, that's what my plan was. Is like doing like smaller accessories. Probably be my plan. Let's go with that. Maybe just sticking with the headpiece. I mean, if you just want the headpiece, that's fine. If you think that is the most distinguishable, I don't mind either way. For my wife, I will do anything. And then I want this edge. This whole edge, I want it to be beveled. Never stressed. Actually, let's do it this way. Oops. Something. I just don't super like this one. This girl. Oh, but you don't want to fix, you bitch. Okay, I would just do then this. This one. Ooh, that looks bad. Okay, let me fix this. Around it, everyone falls. I know it'll all be fine. Good. Yeah, there we go. That's better. What is happening here? What are you doing? Here. I'm mirror it. Okay, I made the center. You're just so cool. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You're cool too. Do you see the art that you do, my wife? Your art is very nice. Ooh. Actually, can we make this whole thing right here? There we go. Ooh, that fucked it up. Wrong one. There we go. The front is matters more. And then I get one of these. Then I'd squish it. Let's put that there. Ah, boo fairs. I'm gonna have to mirror this. I don't like how this is sitting. Please. Please. For your models, wait, if your models meet, that means you can carry. I can. Well, I mean, there's no carrying mechanic, but I could. This is true. Oh wait, no, yes, there is, because you can like if they become baby. Yeah, that's true. Alright. And then I think I've just rotated a bit. Shrink in 2 seconds, just be carried. Yippee! Alright, I just wanted to reduce that a little bit so it's not too much. Oops. Still became too much. There you go. There we go. Oh, both kind of motherfucker that want to be carried. Neither of you would be carried. I'd carry my wife. I'd carry my wife. And combine, this will be the shell. Cool. So then, okay, so we'll do, okay, one hat accessory then. Alright, and then this one. Let's go here. Oh, it's half. And half it. another smaller one. And I just kind of align it with this right now. And then reflect it. Oh fuck, I remember there's a selfie mode in Repo.
Pet that dog.
No, he's
Pet that dog! Oh fuck. Pressing F5 to- oh fuck, I didn't realize. Okay, well now I know. Call these pearls. Okay. And then we have this guy. I'm gonna keep these separate just because I don't want to I want to place them on the model. It's okay, let me help you. Okay. Okay, so for this, I'm gonna do this, I think. Okay, and we'll go here. My castle, you're my sky. Control vertex. Oh, let's go this way and then this way. And then this way. Yeah, I think that's good. And, you know, thank the Lord that they are, symmetrical. And then... take faces. Edge. I want these to be thinner though. Hold on. Oh, nope, 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 nope. It's gonna be like this then. Ah, fuck. I have to reverse this. Curves. Reverse direction. There we go. Divisions. Oh wait, no, I fucked it up. Close hole. Let me put myself on art. Done. Maybe I should have smoothed the curve first. Fuck, hold on, let me do that. Okay. Curve. There we go. It's way better than divisions. And then I take this, and then I would just turn it. Thank you for the wellness check, Rainer. I hope you're having a great Tuesday. Thank you for the cheek pep as well. Alright. I think I like this. And then I need the other one, which will be thinner. Come up here and I'll duplicate and hide this one. Curve smooth. Divisions.
The Egyptians believed the most significant thing you could do in your life was die.
Why, do you have a Discord for your channel? I wanted to show. Yeah, of course. Discord. Feel free to post it in the fridge. Damn it. Cool. Oops. There you go. And then I gotta decide if I want to smooth it out or not. If I want to smooth it out or not. And I think I could just... Oh, this one's bigger though. Again, it's no problem. This. So we rotated this one. It's a little bit different. Actually, like that. I don't like how flat this became. There we go. Alright. Let's remove these curves. Whoops. Oh. Yeah, and then Ashanika, yes. We're gonna do this. Center it. I think I got locked out of the kitchen because I see no fridge. Here first? Oh, there you go. There you go. I'm not sure if you, reacted to the correct post in the thingy, but yeah, I got you. The rules and info. There you go. I think I'll just keep these as separate objects. Did I miss one? There is... You're just supposed to confirm that you read the rules by clicking this guy. Oh, I don't have my mouse. This guy. Oh, I made that one weird. What the fuck? Oh no, it just did that on purpose? Okay, well, how about we just do this thing? Do it by hand. Oh my bad, you're fine. You don't have to read it, it's just, you know, just confirm that you click it. That's all. Oh, I missed one. There you go. I'm gonna make sure these aren't too much in terms of geometry. Even though it'll look nicer, I mean, in Repo it's not gonna matter all that much, so. There we go. And then I combine them and call this. Yeah, they're coral horns, I think. Horn. New mermaid. New beautiful mermaid. Alright, there we go. And now we have the coral horn. And because these will both be on the same texture, I'll just do camera based. And that. I'm gonna cut it here. Here. To edge runner, cut. And this guy. This guy. This guy. Oop. Look up. Why don't you want to do the thing? Do edge perimeter. And then this guy. UV camera based. Actually, let's do it in the back. A little better. This one. And this one. And this one. Cut so, and then these guys, I just do the thing that I do on all balls, which is just UV camera based. I just split them in half. I split orbs in half because I can. Is there probably a better way to do orbs? Probably, but I don't know what that is. Also, I think this could be halved. do. That's fine. That'll be fine. You don't have as much geometry as I do on mine, so we're okay. Boop. So unfold it, and I'm lazy, so I'm just gonna auto unfold it. Arrange this layout. See? Are these all of same size? Oh, crown. Oh, that makes sense. Here's where it set. Okay, there you go. Now I just gotta center these. I want you here. Actually, no, I want you to stay here. Yeah. So you shell furl1, furl2, furl3, oh, I think I'll be fine. Okay. Save. Here. Oh wait, let me do it this way. Texture set. File new. New texture set 512. Okay. This is okay. Actually, let's do mute head. Does that make sense? I want these two, and then I want this one, and this one. Okie dokie. Base color. I need downloads. This one. And then not that. There you go. This one. Base. Markers. This will be pink. And then let's see how we can do this best. I feel like this is a curvature map, honestly. And then I just... Maybe not. Maybe instead it's a position? No. Add fill. Gradient. There we go. And then I want to add another one, just like right here, and then have this be a screen. Just make it shorter. There you go. Then I do want this to be the ambient occlusion. And then I want it to multiply. And then I do want all this to be shiny, but I'll do that. It looks great so far. Yippee! It's more saturated actually when I look at it. I feel like I didn't make it saturated enough. There you go. And then that one's fine. There we go. Huge cleaner actually. Oh, that makes sense. This one. There's cleaner as well. There we go. Why is it weird about that? Because I don't know. So let's leave it like this. I think this one needs a little bit less. Let's do paste, paint, so these. I just want to modify this one. This. There we go. Paint. This gradient. This one. One. There we go. Okay, I think that's better. And then, so this is the horn one. Actually, this is just horn. So I need to do one. And then this is headpiece. And then I want to do... I also want to do, I think, a fill on this one. Makes it darker. Add a black mask. Add a gradient. I want this to be a triplanar projection. Gonna head to bed. Have a good stream. Thank you, Kiwi. Good night. Good night. There we go. And then on the brain rot version of someone that did that on Instagram. Whoa. Black mouse. Add a paint. Add a fill. Instead, actually, I want a dot. Circle. this one fill. This one will be. I realized that I should have done this slightly differently. Mass transfer attributes. Rotate this time. Yeah. Okie dokie. Re-add these guys. Go back to base color. Why are those different? Fuck. Oh, they're backwards. They're fucking backwards. There, okay. Blur. This. Remove the blur, make this a different color. I think I'm picking the wrong color. The other one has no blur. And this one is just a white dot. These are a lot smaller and they will go in the opposite direction. Nice. Flirt, flirt, blood squirt, style shirt, neon trees. If you're on the Halloween, good company. This one. The general one. This color. Honestly, it has another one of these, but I can those. There we go. You have to already. It looks so good. Yay! I'm glad you think so. Sorry, my voice like died with that. My bad. I'm glad you think so. There we go. Now the gradient a bit better. Cool. Alright. And then let's. Oh, let me load into the micro server. Play. Every single time I hit this person. Yeah, let me actually. Let me also check. Because we have a lot of stuff in the. Join the game. It looks like. Okay. What's this? Is there a GIF or hold your Yeah, we really need to make a new spawn area. Beef. Okay, now if I go in Unity, and I go our projects, 3 expertise. Shall we? 1. Yes. 2, yes. 3, yes. 4, yes. Okay. Now we take all of these except for this guy. We bring it in here. Then we give them all. Go to textures. Textures to nope materials. And then we rename it Miu head. It is void. I don't know what that means, but I'm coming. Oh, where did I export those? Shit. Haha, I found it. I'll do a new folder. Maincoow. Here. Make a folder new. Oh, I can just actually, I can just. Oh god, it's loading in my house. We're just gonna pretend my server isn't in the void. Oh, it is just straight up voided. Wanna load server? The server not loading the chunky. My house! What the fuck? This chunk is just not loading. Is the Minecraft server okay? It seems to be. What do you mean I gain fruits of the field? Yeah, I don't deal with the. I walk on it. I can't see anything though. I don't know why it's not rendering this chunk. I have to restart the server to fix it. I can. Yeah, I can find it. Yeah, I can find the chest maybe. Let's see. It should be. Okay, wait. Okay, there should. Oh. Why is this chunk not loading? Minecraft server chunk not loading. View. That's not. Search. Yeah, half of my house is gone. What the fuck? I don't know why this chunk isn't loading. Okay. Hello, Ghostbusters. I think I might have to restart the server. I don't know why this chunk isn't loading. All the chunks around it are loading, but this chunk just won't load. This is like the most important chunk. This is the spawn chunk. Okay, hold on, let me change it. Okay. This is a bit further from everything. I think I need to restart the server. I might have to destroy wacky stuff. Just the train and the plane. I don't actually know if that's affecting anything. I'm just gonna restart the server. Okay. Hopefully it'll fix it itself. Oh god damn it. How do you import like that? Oh no! I'm sorry, Ghost. I'm sorry. I cry. I'm sorry that the server's been buggy. Hopefully it'll be okay after the restart though. Okay, it just doesn't like me, don't worry. No. No, I refuse. Fuck. It's true, I've seen it. Okay, well, if my wife says so, I guess. Oh, it looks so soft. So cute. Okay. Ruh-roh. So cute, so soft. So cute, so soft. Let's turn this one on. This one on. Stay. Stay. Baby, don't you cry now. What's the time now to buy my... I have to look at your model again. Okay, yeah, they're pretty thin. Also, they have to be muscle. Baby. Do this. Yeah, and this is why I split it up, because now I can take the pearls and like set them in. Oh, fuck! That's not supposed to be blue. That's fine. Alright, deal with that later. I think I made the horns too tall though. So dainty looking. Are they getting bigger? Oh, I feel like I should bring them down and then out more. My disaster. Recent view. Why is this so? There we go. There we go. Do I still have that folder open? I don't think I do. So I'll just make sure it's in the right one. 2D art. Nope. There you go. Place. Re-import. I go here. That works. What? What? And then smoothness. There we go. Now create empty. This is Miu head. If it looks bigger, I would say you could. Do you? Yeah, I can make it bigger if you want. I think it looks cute that they're dainty, but I can make them bigger. Like I think it's kind of cute. Get out of here. And then I have to go. View. Cool. This one. Give this one. Give you this one. Alright, head, grouping module, add model list, build all asset bundles. Okie dokie. I'm just happy to have Stranger Things core. It is. It is. I really like this one. Alright, close. Save, close. I'm just gonna close out of all my stuff. So I feel like I made enough assets to make a thing about it. Okay, so I forgot to re-export. Oh, I forgot to re-export my bow. Because I'm a gay bean. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. Asset bundles. Alright, it's fine. It's fine. It's super quick. And then tools, head decorations. Bow. Oh! Oh no. Oh no. Poor Ghostbuster levitates off the ground because some bald girl is mad I took the last Eggo waffle. Hey man, those Eggo waffles be good. Okay, so we have this. We go to this. We go to settings. We browse the data folder. We go here. We go to repo. We go to profiles. We go to a lane pack. We look up an EX. We go to plugins. We go to the weird ass named one, which has a Y in it. This one, more head decorations. We do Mew head, and then maincoow bow. That's the wrong one. Maincoow bow. It's the HHH. Oh no, I exported it on the wrong thing. Okay. It's like every 4, and this should be to body. There, yes. Damn it. God damn it. Get out my face. Okay, maincoow bow body HHH. Now, if everything works, it'll load, and then we'll be fucking pogging, bro. And I can take a bunch of pictures. And I will be lazy because I kind of want to be. I'm gonna take a bunch of pictures, and I'm gonna make a promotional image for Twitter and Blue Sky, and then I'll post about it on Twitter and Blue Sky. And if it does good on Twitter and Blue Sky, or doesn't, I'll make a video about it for TikTok. Yeah, I'll probably make it like Thursday. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I'll do it Thursday. I'll wait till like this weekend to do it. I think. Whoa, is this a grilled cheese sandwich? Oh, yippee! Love you. I got grilled cheese sandwich, chat. I can just use this one. No, I don't want to use this one. I'll use this one. Alright, so now ahead. It's so cute! Okay. 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 Yippee! Okay, let me send this to you. So you can have it. How long did that? That took me actually perfectly an hour. So I'm charging $30. This is wrong. I'm in all the wrong folders. Yeah, I already forgot where I am. Okay, open.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Yippee! Oh, you go. Kind of want to be normal. I kind of want to be normal. I got you. I think the community chat should have orbs, but I gotta check if someone used them all. Okay, cool. No, one. I take my underwear off though. It does, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? Yeah, I'll go with that. Repo, how to selfie mode. Oh yeah, the chat command. Green screen, blue screen. I don't know. Controls. What's the other one? Ah, there's two. Oh, there's two. I'm being trapped. Faces. Green screen. I wonder if I need a host. Or should I go into single player? Yeah, you know what? I bet that's it. That would make a lot of sense. Good job, thank you. This. Okay, cool. Alright. There we go.
/magic.
Is it 5? How do I do selfie mode? Sounds good. I hope you enjoy. So basic of you, crazy. What did blue screen? Font. I need third person. It's not working. Okay. Why there are zombie horses everywhere? I don't know, but if you want to tame one, you can. Just don't kill one. If you find one named Boog, don't kill him. Or his brother. I think his brother's okay though. So if I do green.
Green screen.
Oh my god. How do I make it lower? How do I make it lower? How do I make it lower? Oh, I have to like go out. I don't want to die. I'm trying to find like the best. Oh, so if I did like, yeah, right there, right there. Woo! Yippee! Thank you. Okay. All right. No. Okay. I could have sworn there was like a selfie mode. Hold on. Huh? Cool. Okay. Alright, cool. I need Sunny to be my model. Fuck, we can't change colors though. Need a good, like, standing pic of both of us. Okay, cool. So, I need to invite my wife, which I have to leave the game. No, main menu, yes, cool. Ooh, the sandwich is like spicy. But back from that, I read the rules and I posted Odium. Hog, you didn't have to read the rules, but I appreciate you nonetheless. Yo, he's fucking cool. Hello.
Hello.
Help me, babe.
Stream. Yeah, of course.
Alright, I'm gonna start us up.
Okay. Oh, there's preset.
Right, I wanted to. Okay, valid. If you want to read. Alright, so if you press escape and then the bottom left click more heads, your head should be like right below mine.
Okay. It's in alphabetical order, so there's so many
It's
heads.
not in alphabetical order, it's just at the top of the...
Oh, it's at the top?
If you look, yeah, if you go to more heads and then just click head, it's at the top. So. Oh, you look so cute!
Hold on, I want to get a screenshot for myself.
I'll get a picture of you, don't worry.
Okay. Okay.
So if you do press T and no, actually I think it might be fine. Okay. Come over. Can you pose against like this wall? I might want to PNG it, so. Oh, maybe I should green screen it. /T/6 Cinematic. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Cinematic.
Oh, it even gets rid of the flashlight.
Yeah. You can press like the numpad and it'll change.
Oh, that's why
I
the
see.
colors are changing.
Yeah.
I don't have a numpad.
Oh, that's valid. It's okay. It'll be fine. Video / green screen. There we go. But now I have put you in darkness. Oh, my love. You're in darkness? Why have I done this?
My love.
How do I...
My love.
Oh, I got a color. I wish it was white, though. What the fuck? I don't know how these numpad things work. I don't want it to work. What if I just get closer? That is... Okay, that wasn't fixed. Okay. Actually, can you get closer to me?
Yeah.
Alright, perfect. Hog? We got him. We got him. Okay, cool.
We got him.
Alright.
Cool.
Now, if you could just do me, and if you do / green screen, it'll also give you a green screen, and if you hold Alt and then scroll, it'll change how far.
Do you want me just to put on your stuff?
Well,
or do you want
it? You can't change colors.
Oh, that's true. Do you want me just to put on your stuff?
Oh, fuck.
You could.
Yeah, I heard your voice, and it...
Yeah. I don't know where that came from either. Oh, okay.
Probably fine. Probably fine.
Okay, I got green screen up.
Cool.
Alright. Let me get... Oh.
Thank you, wife.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome. The only thing is it'll make the tail come out, but that doesn't matter, right?
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, let me send you that just to see if you like that or not.
Okay. I'll go up. Oh. Let me turn off all the extra stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest it, but I didn't want to be like, hey, turn it off, you know?
That's smart. Oh, fuck, okay.
Do you want me just to put on your stuff? Oh,
that's so scary!
I don't like hearing myself. Okay.
Okay.
Alright, ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That's much better.
Perfect. Thank you, wife. This is perfect.
You're welcome.
Oh, it's a baby wife.
Baby wife.
Baby wife. Alright, let me turn off green screen. It'd be so funny if I just turn off my green screen and then fucking there's a monster just right there.
I know.
I need to know. Hello? Hello? Who stole my wife's voice?
Who stole my voice? Oh my god, I am like Princess I'm like Princess Ariel.
Oh yeah, yeah, sure. Ursula! Okay, well. Ursula.
I just
want to know what monster it was. 'Cause I'm curious now.
Yeah, like I want to see it.
Hello?
It feels weird not to have all the UI stuff on it.
Yeah, right? Oh my god, what is this? It's a strawberry.
Oh, it's strawberry. I love strawberries.
Oh, make a noise when you pick it up. What the fuck? Hold on.
Oh.
Hello?
Put it in the stair. Oh, I broke it.
That's okay. Alright, well, I don't know where that monster went, but,
Right? Like, it was just there.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna go make the postie. Thank you, wifey, for helping me.
Yeah, of course. I'd love to help you. Anytime.
Alright.
Bye-bye.
I'll pop us out of here. Goodbye! Alright, pogging, chat. We're pogging. My wife is the best. Alright. Let's do the do. And then I'll probably get out of here. Pogging, we're pogging. You're the best. I have an example thing. Nope. Nope. 2D art. Missions, promo stuff. I want the square one. This one. Repo hats. Okay, turn off. And we can turn all this off. See, maybe not all of that. Make it 30 for the low price of $30 because it took me an hour to make them. Save, and then I think nope. Pictures, screenshots. Go insane, make it rain. Now let me see them here. This one came out so much darker. Fuck. It's okay. I can color grade it. And then let me see them hands. A bargain, if you ask me. It is a bargain if you ask me as well. So I feel like I know. Slap a commercial fee on that. I don't know if I want to. I mean, I could. I don't think it's necessary though. Chat, do you think it's necessary? I don't think it's necessary. I'm gonna say just say it's built into the price, you know? Well, I guess it kind of makes sense. I don't know. Select, grow, shrink. Do maybe like a $5 commercial fee or something, I guess. Alright. I mean, to be honest, this price isn't very, like, it could be easily, like, bought out by someone else, I think. Yeah, I think 30 will be fine. And then if it becomes popular, supply and demand, all that stuff, we can reassess. But I don't know how popular it'll be. Levels. Green. Oops. Get out of here. I don't want... Okay. Maybe we can just... It'll be so popular, maybe. I think it's just hard for me to be like, asking for a commercial fee, mainly because, like, 99% of the people that are going to see this are going to be streamers. Let's do a levels adjustment. Make it brighter. You look like you have a black eye. Slowness when looking at zombies is killing me. What? Let me do what? Let me do what? Hey Elaine, do you prefer e-girls or I-ladies? I-ladies. I-ladies, personally. Pets. Custom built. Just for you. Alright, ladies, not in your face. What is happening? Stop. What? Make this green. Hi, what is happening? I'm so confused. The thing is, the joke went over my head. That's the problem, though. The joke went over my head. I will happily take a timeout for that. Is crazy. It's okay, we don't have enough people for that yet. Oh, I got it! I laid these nuts on your... I got it! I got it! I got it! I got it. I got it in the end. This one was blue. Run. I think this works. I understand that I probably could put a lot more effort into this, but all my effort's about to go into VGen, so. New service. Custom. Open to communication. Instant order. Yeah, I like those more. 3D VTuber via other VR channels. My money. Big fine. I'm coming as the shit said and done. I'm from the city that we. Do I have to time out after these nut jokes? Feels like a victory lap. Yeah, no, that's valid. These files, details. Text file with instruction how to use it. File deliverables. This will be a HHH file. Works with the more heads mod in Vivo. Screen connect accessory. Add-ons. Body items, neck items. Oh my god. Accessories will not be animated. Animated. And I'll be sending you 2 whips. 1 to confirm model, 1 to confirm textures. Feel free to DM me if you have any questions. 3D model, repo, custom. Alright. Taxes will not be collected for instant orders to collect tax interested. What is this? What? 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 Okay, well, I'll deal with that later. Standard flow, request flow. Actually, 3D workflow. To decide yes, and then waiting, reminded to do, working. This would be, modeling, texturing. And save and publish. So 3D workflow. We'll create a new form. 3D form. Fired. I don't need to Discord. But I would like those. I don't need this. No, that's okay. How will you be using this work? Personal. Be $5. Preference. What did I do? What do I do? I'm gonna crash out. Why are you crashing out? What's happening?
I need it!
Oh, yeah. So I put my knife in the dishwasher? That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good. If I can't work on it, then I require a $15 bonus. Oh, this is important, actually. These items only work if you have the More Heads mod installed. Okay, good. Request form. Hard deadline, extra info, post rates. If there are specific aspects of the hat that you want done, please let me know. And I have to do another one. I actually might change this as a proposal. 14 days. Request one from open files, made publicly straight. Okay. This one. Touch my dick, don't touch my knife, that's valid. After info, do you have a hard deadline? This is not, let me see. Would you like add-ons? Damn, the music is, I know, right? Not animated. Accessories. Custom repo. I think this should just be custom repo. Repo X. Anything started. Thank you for your permission. And mind. Okay. This accessories will not be animated. Add-ons. Each additional slot body arms neck back hip is I just looked up. The 305 is Miami. I thought they would be later. What? Later what? If you want hair, please DM me and we can talk price. So I know people will ask about hair. Request form. Reference files, extra info, and there's one here. That's the choices. These will be add-ons. Body slot item. Includes HHH. One accessory. One head slot accessory. Design complexity fee may apply. It's just okay. Aircrafts are successive by population during their entrance in Miami with small bag. Oh, gotcha. Add-ons, baby set item. Add-ons 5, right? so body slot add option. Slot left. Arm slot right. Hip. Let's see, arm, hip, body, back. Multiple. Okie dokie. Fun fact, in Hawaii, they would sometimes give you a California area code unless you requested for a Hawaiian one. Same, but different. Same, but different, yes. Let's do this. Okay. Save form, terms of service. USB2. Why did I do that? Over page 4, I see permissions. General TOS? I think General TOS is fine. I don't. Payments around. Yeah, I think the General TOS is fine. Because I'm being lazy. Go to portfolio. New. Oh, this song. Another fun fact is a lot of error codes are full of 212 and 313 as examples. So if you have them, then you're you have a dead person? That's crazy. Alright, copy. Alright, I'm making a post. Alright. New com open repo custom repo Oh shit! Hi Pumpkin! How you doing? I was just about to open commissions for custom repo models. Cause I make custom repo models now. I make custom accessories. How's it going, Raiders? I hope you had a wonderful time in League of Legends. Sorry, that took me back. Ooh. Did you have fun? Did you win? Hi, Joker. I hope you guys had fun. We are just hanging out as I, try to figure out how to word this, post. Hot off the press. Hot off the stove. Hot off the hot new, I don't know. I've learned how to make custom repo items. Custom repo accessories. Oh yeah, that's why I'm waiting till tomorrow, so that way I can have clips of us. I've learned how to make custom repo accessories. I don't think this should be in all caps. Guess who learned how to make custom repo accessories. Me. That's right, for the low price of 30. That's right, for the low starting price of $1.30. You too could have your own repo bot look like you. I need to use emotes. I remember one time I asked Coca-Cola how to do this. And then they were like, use emojis. So I'm trying it. You. VGen link below. Heart. Like recycle circle. Alright, if it does appreciated. $. Also, you also say dollar number one. Yeah. Oh, I did that already. What the fuck? Oh, I forgot to. Ew, that's such an ugly link. What the fuck? Publish? Can I have a cuter link, please? Wait, where's this? Oh. Little guys. Fuck it. It's going on top of little guys. Ew, it's such an ugly link! Okay, hold on. Let me get it on this guy too. Ooh. Oops. That makes me so upset that the link looks so bad. That's fine. Copy, please. Copy the link, please. Hoggin. Alright. I'm posting it! Ah! Get more bandages. Go to the store. Go to the store. Buy a bottle of hoisin sauce. Look in the fridge. Oh no! I forgot a bottle. I already have a bottle of hoisin sauce. Okay. Alrighty. That was that. I am done now. Haha! I'm done now. Alright, who's still streaming? I'm gonna go enjoy my dessert off stream. And probably just collapse and go sleep. Ooh, who's streaming? Oh, it's doing. Thank you for the hat pad. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Who am I rating? Egg Goblin. Egg Goblin's playing Valorant. I'm playing for 4 hours? They still going? I just got an ad. You did amazing today. Thank you. I think we're gonna go raid Egg Goblin. They're playing Valorant. Thank you for the cheek back. Have a good night. You have a good night too. Thank you so much for you guys for hanging out with me. This is not... If you want a raid message, that's the raid message. If you don't want to use it, that's okay. But I appreciate it if you did, so they know where you came from. I love you guys a lot. I hope you have fun with Egg Goblin. Yeah, I love you guys. Mwah. I will have fun in I will have the fun in Repo tomorrow, so I hope you hang out with us here tomorrow. Thank you so much again, Pumpkin, for the raid, and I hope you guys have a wonderful night. I love you guys so much. Good night. Goodbye.